celebrating. He's done it. He's finding success in the middle of this furball. Absolute calamity from this.
The winch is going to stall it. And he's done it. He's done it.
Unbelievable from OG. Carries the team. How has Carnifex gone away with that? He even gets the second.
Welcome back, everybody, to PHL Pro Hubs League Season 2. We got a great set of matches for you today. We had 48 teams duke it out in open Phase 1, and now the top 16 teams will fight for the next 6 slots into the season. We have a $1,500 starting pot, and all donations go feedback directly to that. I'm Sensoyo, your caster.
Yo, what's up, guys? I'm Dread. How's it going? Excited to be here. Let's get PHL Season 2 started. I am so hyped.
Yeah, and we got some great games lined up. As I said previously, we're going to be going into a 3v3 format initially, then making our way into cash out, seeing the top 2 teams in those cash out rounds fight it off in another 3v3 for either a qualification or maybe even duke it out in the elimination round. So we got some great games, cash out, 3v3s, the finals, pure energy going directly at you to your screens. What are you excited about in the new season, Dread? What have you been using whenever you play? What do you think kind of the meta is and the shift that we've been seeing thus far in either the major closed qualifiers or Ape Squad worlds?
Man, you know, I feel like the meta is pretty wide open this season, at least compared to what it's been the past few seasons. I'm excited to see some of the new guns come out. The BFR Titan is extremely satisfying to use in game. I'm excited to see what these pro players can do with a gun like that. The P90 seems really fun to use too. I don't know if I'm using it wrong, because when I use it, it kind of feels like I'm packing peanuts or something, just kind of tickling guys. But I've seen people who use it and absolutely shred with it. So I'm excited to see that too. How about you?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I've been using the BFR Titan as a heavy main myself. Interestingly enough, we have no weapon or gadgets banned in all maps will be played for Clear Night. So we got some great rule set leading into this tournament. But going back, I know the BFR is kind of in this weird place where it has so much damage range. It leads to these long, drawn-out fights on some of these maps like Bernal, Skyway Stadium, Monaco. Those kind of are the 3 maps that we want to look out for in terms of those long-range, slow engagements, especially in NA. I think a lot of people like taking their time in those 3v3s, but in cash out, it's definitely a little bit of a different beast in regards to that. So people are going to be going straight in for those engagements, trying to get those early plugs, avoid getting staggered generally. But obviously, we might be seeing some staggers, some crazy plays throughout the major and 100K. Do you think we're going to be seeing a lot of those unique plays going into this format that we've seen? Because there's a lot of overlap in these formats in the major and here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a tough call. I think we will. I think it's going to be pretty similar, in my opinion. But we're getting into it. Looks like we're going on Fortune, first map. I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, Fortune Stadium's one of those more balanced maps, so I'm not sure what you expect to see here.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see the Titan that much in 12s, but we might see it a lot more in 3s, I feel like, just because of the low ammo count and the long reload time. Let's see what we got running here, though.
And we're going to go with Team D-Sync versus the Task Managers. We got Unfortunate. Impew making a little bit of a comeback in comp. I know he took a little bit of a break, as well as Onyx Graves been looking for that team. It looks like they got a solid stack this time around versus the Task Managers. Metro Boomin, I Love Rice, and Wade coming in strong. They do get a great spawn getting that first tap.
Yeah, and we do have the Titan coming out in the 3v3 here. Looks like Onyx is running it. Got a little bit more of a mid-range playstyle coming out of Task Managers. Looks like Metro was running the Shack there.
Yeah, we're going to go with a clean gateway.
Damage off here.
right into hospital. Gonna try and get that plug while Rice's team defends and tries to stop this rotation, but Metro Boomin taking big damage, maybe in a little bit of a trouble, but Wade sitting back, gonna get some great shots behind them. Boomin down to 1 HP as Impu gets taken out. Boomin gets traded out, and Onyx Graves just in their face. I Love Rice getting winched and taken out from that BFR. Gonna be playing, keeping Wade at bay as we look for that reset on him.
Man, this is going to be an explosive series. I can already feel it. I love the play from task managers to plug that early over there because it usually has a pretty big defender's advantage. But man, Desync capitalizing on crossing as soon as they possibly can. Looks like they're going to go flip that cash out now. Wade is still up though. Got a little bit of time left for his team to coin.
Jockeying for position. Sorry, going into Unfortunate, taking down some big damage. Wade's not going to be able to do much, but finds the pick on Unfortunate.
Yep, and now they're going to try to get Unfortunate up here. Wade's still taking a little bit of damage. I don't know if they know where he's at, though. Both teams trying to recoup here, but Desync Art still has 2 down again. Now it's only Imp, and Task Manager's going to take that box right back.
This has been flipped twice already. Going back into the hands of Task Manager, running down this high ground. Imp's going to have to wait for those coins. Oh, but he does get spotted and taken out by Wade.
They were able to find Imp there, so that's going to slow down Desync a little bit more for this retake here. I don't even know if they're going to have a lot of time to take this back. They're going to have to come in quick.
Yeah, this is going to be
a really hard point to cross, too.
Yeah, they're going to be held on this long-range engagement. We do see the Shack coming out from Metro Boomin, so he does have that long to mid-range on lock. Obviously, the Shack known for kind of being the jack of all trades, offering a little bit of poke and great close range. Desync is just going to take their positioning, let them have it, and hopefully rotate to the next box to whole lock it down.
Yeah, I like that play, to be honest. They know they don't have a lot of time to get in there. They're just going to try to take middle map here and kind of prep for this next vault to open up here. Unfortunately, taking a lot of damage on that cross, though. Looks like Imp doesn't really want to show yet because he knows they're kind of looking down there. It's a little bit of damage crossing, but they do have the advantage of being a little bit closer to this box.
Yeah, TP coming out and interesting position. Wade's just gonna dash up onto this high ground on. I thought he was gonna be going back, honestly, but he does end up going to Halto center building, and it looks like not the tap. The tap is not coming out. We're still waiting, jockeying for position, looking for any little bit of information. Graves and Unfortunate sitting on that high ground, and Wade using that head glitch so well, looking for those beams on that ARM.
That ARN does good damage at that long range there, kind of peppering them. Onyx is just waiting out that regen there. Desync playing really split here.
Ooh,
oh, the BFR Titan coming in. You were
beam.
just talking about that long range fight. Wow.
Yeah, and that's what you got to look out for. Metro Boomin now just going in, gonna look for that RPG, but doesn't get much value. And Pew's taking a little bit of damage as they rotate up to that high ground, but they do get away. Imp's gonna get winched on that Shack. He doesn't get the kill.
Oh, will he finish it off though? He does.
He does finish off Pew as he's getting pressured now.
Onyx coming, trying to help out, trying to salvage a little bit of this fight if she can, but she's living a lot longer than I thought she would, and they do get that trade-off though, but it's still a 2v1. Unfortunate's low, and he is going to go down. That is a wipe on Desync there.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just didn't capitalize on Metro going a little bit into aggressive. They were trying to rotate that box, but I think they got a little bit split in terms of their game plan, moving away as Metro went so far in away from his team, and now we're going to just winch this out, demat these two boxes and get a clean winch, but that other demat's not going to be available. We're going to get a spawn over towards that cafeteria building on Izzle and rotate now through Haltos, because this bridge can be a little bit difficult, especially if they do put that up. It makes them take the jump pad and play this game of chicken trying to lower that bridge.
So another thing I find interesting too is we have one medium running heal beam and one medium running demat. So I'm curious to see how this is going to play out and how it's going to affect the dynamics of the fight. Because I feel like Desync has to play just a little bit slower with that heal beam. They can't be as aggro as they can with demat, opening up walls and finding different openings that you normally can't without it.
Yeah, this is kind of what I'm talking about. This rotation is very difficult. I'm not sure how they're going to get over there. They should go for the jump pad play. They do, and they do maybe end up going into this window, successfully make it over without taking too much damage. There's a little bit of a resources on that goo and those heals coming out early, so this may be an advantage for task managers while they still have position in that box. But some great damage comes out, and Wade getting taken down to 1 HP. Graves does miss that winch, and now gonna get healed up to full, and now taking even more damage. But they do get a pick on I Love Rice.
Rice ends up going down so fast. That BFR Titan, the 93R, just doing so much burst damage. And this right here, I think, is where the heal beam comes in clutch, because as this fight kind of draws out, Desync gets a little bit of advantage, but unfortunately gets caught off position there and ends up going down. So now they're going to have to... Oh, that BFR Titan's going in big, though. 2 shots, and Rice is dead. It's only Onyx now, though. Can the Titan... turns it into a 1v1. Can she clutch it out with the Titan? It takes a long reload. She does have 2 bullets, though. Misses the winch. Hits the 1 bullet. Misses. Oh, man. That was a close fight.
That was an extremely close fight. Graves hitting almost every shot there. I think only missing 1 in that whole interaction. Just a very unfortunate to be a little bit out of position there. But going out of this best of 1, we will see task managers moving on into the upper bracket cash out round, potentially getting their opportunity to go for that qualifying 3v3, but we'll have to see how they stack up in a cash out versus 3v3. It's way more chaotic in those cash out games, as we know.
Yeah. That, I feel like it was a 2-0, but I feel like that match still could have gone either way. Those teams felt really close together in terms of skill. And I feel like task managers just had a little bit quicker of a rotation and setup there. And I think DMAC kind of played into that as well.
Yeah, I mean, as we look at the scoreboard, it looks pretty even over there. We do see some big damage coming out from Wade, and then the big damage also coming out from Onyx Graves. Most of those other players are offering some good support. Overall, a pretty even match, regardless of how it went in terms of the cash outs. Kind of those fights went back and forth, and we saw some great victories from both teams. Just unfortunate that we saw it go a 2-0.
Yeah. I feel like if they were able to get in there just a little bit earlier, if Desync was able to get in there just a little bit earlier, they played that fight really well. They just, once they were finally able to win that fight, they just didn't have a lot of time on that box.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm excited to see these cash out rounds, though.
I do believe we're going to be heading into Sis Horizon for this first cash out game. One of the more even and balanced maps per se, and not only like historically, but honestly, I think it's become a little bit more volatile. I think I say this every time I talk about this map. With this winch setup, everyone has played this map over and over and over again. They know exactly how and where and when to winch these cash boxes out into the open, make it an extremely defensive point to hold. Everyone's very familiar with rotations, kiting, everything on this map, so it can be rather difficult. But in the nature of cash out, third parties coming around, it's just very unpredictable. So you better have this map on lock for this cash out round if you want to qualify.
Yeah, and just kind of piggybacking onto your point there with how just kind of even the map is, I feel like the loadouts could be just about anywhere. People are going to be playing close range, people are going to be playing long range, because you can make either of those work on this map, depending on how your play style is. So excited to see what people are going to be running.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I feel like you have a great mix, not only being able to manipulate the points like we just talked about, but that courtyard point out in the campus district, as well as the top glass that you can sit on, getting some great line of sights. If you do hold those points defensively, it can offer some great advantages up to those long range players. I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing the SA-12 in this meta as much as we saw in previous seasons. I do still think it's very strong. This would be the map to kind of pull it out on, potentially, if you wanted to lean in that direction. But I think we're going to predominantly see those BFRs be the main pick from the heavy.
Yeah, and I've been seeing a lot in ranked too. I don't think the ranked meta really correlates a lot to these pro metas as well too, but I've been seeing a lot of Shaq and a lot of M60, especially on maps like Sis Horizon. Be curious to see if we're going to see any of those at all too. I think M60 might kind of make a comeback here in the pro scene maybe, but we'll see.
Look, honestly, I think that's a little bit of a hot take, and I have a hot take right here. I think the Louis gun's better than the M60. I know that may be a hot take.
I have
People
heard
may be
that.
like, yeah, the recoil is way easier to control with the M60, but the damage range on the Louis gun is actually surprisingly good. After like 35 meters out, it has one of the better TTKs, but obviously you're only really hitting those first 15 bullets on that Louis because it just goes straight up. So you're kind of using it as a burst weapon. But let's take it over a look at the bracket really quick as we see how these best of 1 3v3s maps have played out. Still waiting for a few games, but Dredd, you want to take us away with how this has looked?
Yeah, so let's see how this bracket is going here. We had a bunch of our rounds of our best of ones. Looked like we still have a few of those going on. And then after the best of ones, they are getting into the cash out rounds. And then the two teams coming out of the cash out rounds will go into some more 3v3 best of ones. These teams that are winning, they're going to be playing a lot of games today.
Yeah, exactly. So as we just saw on the match that we saw, Task Managers move up into that upper cash out round, potentially leading into that 3v3 best of 3 qualifier. However, that joining them there would be the Buff Namas. And then going to that lower cash out round, we saw Desynced and One Bust making their way into that lower cash out round. So those are the teams that would have lost their 3v3 best of ones down on the lower 8 teams in this 16 team bracket. We see Task Viewers and Goo Guzzlers making their way through to that next cash out game.
Yep, and I just want to remind chat, I know this is a very high octane tournament. This is pretty crazy to watch. I know you guys are all hyped up, but just know that this is all being updated live in the background. So try to be patient with us and just stick around, and we'll get everything working in the background here to get this going, and the bracket's going to be updated as quick as we're able to.
Yeah, and that being said, we're going to hit you with a quick break as we get ready for this next cash out round. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you very shortly.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be going into a great match for you. We got a cash out round running in after that best of 1 3v3. We're going to be seeing the winners of those best of ones. Let's take a look at the bracket, if we could, to see who we're going to be seeing in this cash out round. We got Young Guns, Task Managers, Buff Namas, and Risky Bet. That's who we're going to be watching. I do know that we will see kind of a fan favorite, Ruby Labubu, making his way up from that phase 1 in winning that best of 3 and best of 1 3v3, and now going to be seeing him in the cash out rounds. Who else we got on these teams, Dred? Do you know?
I'm not as locked in with the players as you are. Which I mean makes sense. Look at this guy, Sansoyo. He's tall, he's handsome, he's popular. He knows all the players.
Well, on Task Managers, as we did just see, that's going to be a team with Wade, and then Buff Nama is going to be Fire Suda's team, and then finally we got the Risky Bets going to be a team Rebel with Zuvista, Dog with the Butter. So making their way into this cash out round, and we're going to be throwing you in as soon as we get the lobby ready for you. It's going to be going on to Sis Horizon, as we kind of ended up talking about before we went into that short break.
I like the name Risky Bet. It kind of makes me want to bet on him already, just off the name alone.
Yeah, honestly, this is kind of a tough match to decide and put my eggs towards one specific team. If I had to say, I'm going to say Young Guns and Task Managers are going to be the teams to watch going into Sis Horizon. We got Wade, who's got a demon of a beam, and they've got Ruby Labubu kind of carrying the weight and being a force to be reckoned with. He's been rocking with the KS-23, and I think the charge, I was watching a little bit of that earlier in the day in phase 1 with Artie, kind of doing a little bit of a watch party that KS is going to come out in full form. I don't know how he's going to manage winning any of these games in such a winch meta, but we're going to see a little bit of a show case of how that charge can be used.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch. What do you think, with your experience, like how do you think teams are going to focus more on pacing and kind of getting their boxes plugged, or are they going to be moving around trying to get some third parties in? Wow, Wade with the LH1. Get those headshots, get that pick off Banana super fast.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I do see we have 2 charger slams in the lobby and 2 winch claws. So, I mean, Wade's going to get that quick plug. To me, a lot of these teams in NA really focus on these quick plugs, but I know for a fact that can cause issues later in the game, forcing a stagger depending on what the cash out of the other box does. But Wade's going to be taking some early shots on this team sitting on high ground. Buff Namas just sitting there, but we do see a little bit of trouble from I Love Rice going down to 1 bar. Wade trying to hold him back, as we do see the rotation coming in from Buff Namas. Gonna be jumping on Wade relatively soon. Wade gonna have to try and make his escape as his team gets that reset. Gonna make their way over to A.
I do want to point out too, it looks like I Love Rice is still the only one on DMAT, so excited to see how they end up using that. That P90 damage coming in. He's trying to push up a little bit, get more advantage of that close range gun. Just going to pad directly onto him and take out Wade, but now he's kind of stuck in there in the middle of him. Makes it out with that pad again. Metro ends up going down though. Now it's a 3v1. Buff Nama's moving in to see if they can take control of this point. Wade does end up getting back up. They still don't have their heavy up though.
Yeah, utilizing that DMAT to get the body, it's so clever and something we've seen throughout the entire meta previously. But that winch gonna be taking out Wade, and as soon, if I were Buff Namas or anyone fighting against Task Managers, Wade is kind of target number 1. His shot is just so good, positioning is to the T, and as we go in, we're gonna try and clean up Metro. Gonna be taking some big damage, gonna get eliminated, and now Buff Namas gonna have to look for that reset. Wade got reset, and now they're gonna have to find them with that DMAT. Rice going out of the way, and on the other side of the map, or on this side, we do see that reset come in full force back up to that 3v3.
Yeah, this is a crazy fight going on here, and I love the aggro loadouts coming out of Buff Namas too, with the P90, the SA12, and I think that's the XP from Bananaya. Bananaya, I think I'm saying that right. But man, this task managers just won't go down. They're just getting out of there as much as they can. They're finally going down now. They finally find that team wipe. Pinching them in there with all those close range guns. The P90 just shredding through them. That is not packing peanuts that he's shooting out of his gun like I'm shooting out of mine. He just shredded through them.
They got to be ready because Red's coming in. Risky Bet's going to try and make their approach, thinking that they have a third party, but we do see the full reset from Buff Namas, and they're prepared, but we do see a little bit of Fire Suda maybe getting caught off guard. Duvisa going to get some great damage, and now a steal comes out. A C4 is going to not get the drop through the floor. A winch does end up saving that, and Buff Namas take this cash out. Will they be able to avoid this wipe? That is going to be integral.
Yeah, and look at this team comp on Risky Bet here. They are running double light heavy, and the heavy does have charge and slam as well.
Yeah, going to be using those heals to the max. I do think we're going to see that charge and slam heavy go full in, try and get as much damage as they can, distract for as long as they can, and then get those heals back up as those lights kind of support afterwards.
Yeah, let's see what's going to go on here. Who's going to tap for? Task manager just kind of scoping it out. They don't want to go straight in there yet, but he dematched straight in and finds Metro just hanging out there.
And Jeff Buckley goes down. It's going to be Banana left up on his team, kind of preserving the cash flow, making sure he doesn't wipe, because if you let Orange get too far ahead, it could be rather dangerous. Everyone's kind of avoiding the young guns now. All teams over on Vault for a gateway may be used to try and get this out and extract this point. But Honor the Pier making his way over as well, denying this from getting plugged, trying to get any value he can. Does end up grabbing that box. Where is he going to go? Is he going to go double or just go get the split? I do like this play. Going to get that extra money in play now. Orange owning both cash outs as Buff Namas make their way over to deep.
I wonder if he planned that. It looked like he went over there just to kind of get a little bit more action, and he wanted to get some shots in, and just had the box tossed directly at him. He's like, okay, I might as well go plug this. Let's get this one started.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty lucky of a situation. I think he was just going over for kills and some free money there, but I mean, he just got the whole pot.
Yeah. Oh, here comes some KS action here. Ruby Labuba with the KS charge and slam. See if we can get some long-range shots in. I don't know how much bullet drop is on that thing, but I think it hits pretty hard if you can hit it at range here.
It does.
It only takes two shots to go through a wall now too, so he can kind of, with charge and slam and the KS, they can go wherever they want.
Yeah, the KS has gotten a plethora of buffs, but a third party Pink making their way over. Red now getting the free cash out seemingly, but we do see a little bit of a stagger on these cash outs. Nothing much, just about 30 seconds. So all these teams are going to make their play on B, try and steal it from the young guns, and if they have time, maybe make their way over to C. But it looks like these teams may be better off cutting their losses. It's rather difficult unless they're going for a last-second steal.
Yeah, I think I like this positioning out of young guns here. I think Risky Bet was going in just trying desperately to find where they were hiding so they can get in there and try to get some kills before they take the steal, but they were running out of time, so they could not find them, and they had to go for the steal, and young guns just collapse on them.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of that charge and slam. Gonna basically get a guaranteed stop. That's why I think it's pretty good in cash out, but it's gonna struggle in those 3v3s. So if he does make it beyond this, we'll see how they perform with that charge and slam. We do have two opportunities, but over on C, we do see the task manager to be taken out over on that other cash out, but Purple, Buff Nama is going to make their final attempt over on C to try and recoup some value, but gets wiped out from the Risky Bets.
Nick using that charge and slam to get out of there. They're trying to rotate early to try to keep some tempo going. KS, a little bit of a whiff damage coming in. Everybody's just trying to get position here. People do not want to commit too hard to fights. There's no real objectives going on right now.
Yeah, this is a great position to
get this tap.
If you're young guns, this is fantastic position. All you have to do is either hold this out for 2 minutes, which is going to be difficult, or just kind of force that double and wait to see what happens. I do think they're just going to go ahead and plug this, because then they have a few other win conditions in their pocket. Gonna sit back and enjoy the show. Defend this cash box, deny anyone from plugging. And we do see on this other cash box, everyone's fighting for this plug so they can get control of this final cash out.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time left in this match here. You think any doubles are going to come into action? Or I think it's a lot more beneficial for these teams to split it and play their own cash out.
Well, I
It
think
looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yes, we do see the split going to attempt to come out. It does get plugged on this cash out, but now orange, because Pink has, all they need to do is hold this for them, but they're going to go over and stop the other plug, which is a decent opportunity and decent option because they can play kind of both cards, but you do not want to wipe here to kind of put your team in a precarious situation, because now if purple does steal it, they're in a pretty good situation. Overall, looks like Young Gun's going to be able to take it, as everyone else is going to be fighting out around them.
Yeah, I kind of like that Young Guns there. Definitely on the same page. The comms are going well with that team. All of them rotate together there. That Charge Slam going big damage there. But he does have an SA-12. So trying to get out, trying to reset here. Took a lot of damage from that SA. Ruby Labubu just wants that regen to come in. Honor the Pure getting his medium back up there. They still have control of this point, though. All the other teams are still kind of fighting and trying to make their way into a position where they can kind of attack this cash out. This is a tough cash out to attack.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting of a situation. Hopefully, we do see Young Guns understand that all they have to do is basically anchor. Honestly, now they have a good opportunity to decide who is going to be in this next game. I'm surprised everyone's going after B right now, but we do see a 3v3, maybe breakout on the other side of the map. Honor that you're going to take out Rebel, defending that cash up, and the steal is going to come out, but not enough time. On the other side of the map, we do see A in control of task managers, but Young Gun's gonna let Red hold that box because they'd rather fight Risky Bet potentially in this best of 3 versus the task manager. This is now going in for that steal buff Namas.
Big damage coming out from that C4, and RPG does end up dropping in. It doesn't drop onto that jump pad though. So the box is still stuck there on those stairs. Task Managers doesn't end up going all the way down. That steal might end up going off. Oh, he almost tracks it down, but he doesn't make it. He does end up getting off, and that box is still going to go in control of Task Managers.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Risky Bets getting given and gifted that box over in that courtyard from the Young Guns. Now, going to be facing off against Young Guns versus Risky Bets in that best of 3.
Wow. That was an interesting game to watch. I was surprised that, I mean, I think you were correct. I think Young Guns just kind of established their dominance early on, and the teams just kind of didn't want any of that smoke. And we're playing on most of the other side of the map for a while there.
Yeah, and honestly, the scoreboard doesn't really tell the results. We see the Young Guns doing very well on their kills all around their team, but overall, everyone else is looking relatively even. But Jeff Buckley coming out with double digits on the buff Namas, really showing out.
A little 10-4. I believe he was rocking the SA-12 there. He was playing aggro, and his score shows it. He was getting kills.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to be going into that next 3v3 when we do have that lobby ready. Will Ruby Labubu Meowfum be able to stick with that Charge and Slam KS going to this next match? What do you think? We have 2 interesting compositions here, that KS, Charge and Slam, and that double light team. Will we see any swaps? What do you think?
Man, I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. I think, honestly, they stay with the KS Charge and Slam. I think it works even better in 3s than it would in 12s, in my opinion. I think they can make it work, especially with how well they were playing time and hiding on those points where they couldn't find him. They can hide so far away because he can break through as many walls as he wants to get there. If his Charge and Slam's on cooldown, he's just going to shoot through it. So you might stay with it, but they might surprise me. We'll see.
Yeah, I do think there's going to be some increased volatility. I do think Charge and Slam can work in 3v3s, but I really think you have to win those vault fights, get those plugs to make it work, essentially. Because as soon as you're on that offensive, being forced into that Charge and Slam, being baited out to use your specialization, then you become open and vulnerable to being winched out of your specialization. A lot of that utility gets wasted, and you don't have either a counter winch or a mesh shield to kind of defend yourself. So if you do get the box, it can work out in your favor having both those options. The KS to kind of act as that DMAT during this heal meta, and that charging slam to basically get a guaranteed stall. But the winch can function very similarly for that stall.
Yeah, especially with speaking still to the point of charge and slam, especially with not only having to deal with one light but two lights, which is a lot harder to hit than a medium when you're trying to juggle them with that charge and slam damage. So see how that works out. Potentially not one but two glitches coming in to stop all your charge and slam, and then you're just stuck there with a KS and a dream. And we'll see if it works out.
Yeah, but to the point of that, I do think you do bring up a good point with the KS. It does do a big amount of damage, kind of offers like that BFR Titan in this next match. But without further ado, I'm not sure if we're going to be heading to a break or not for this next match. We're going to head to a very, very short break before we hop into this next match on Vegas. So stay tuned. We'll catch you real soon, really quick. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're going to be going into a best of 3v3. It's going to be going from Sis Horizon just as we ended on that cash out, and then going into Vegas, and finally the decider going to be ended up on Fortune Stadium. So all relatively even maps. Nothing too crazy in terms of overly long range or overly close range. We do see Vegas kind of being that mid to close range map, but overall, I do think we have a very balanced pool for you. What do you think, Dread, especially as we kind of ended off talking about these compositions of that map pool?
You know, man, it's hard to say which one is going to have an advantage and which one isn't, because I feel like there's just so much dynamics to what can go on here, especially with double lights on Vegas. There's a lot of walls. There's a lot of close quarter stuff. These lights can dash in and out of. They can get in, get some poke, get out. That being said, though, Ruby Labubu also has a KS and a charge of slam. So it doesn't really matter how many walls there are in between them. If they run out of dashes, they're going to get ran over by a big pickup truck going straight through all the walls like Kool-Aid Man. So I don't know how they're going to be able to deal with that. Oh, and it looks like we are actually going into Bernal, which honestly, same point kind of stands. It's just a little bit more vertical.
A little bit more long range in this map, but I think we're going to be going into a remake, going into the proper map, if I'm not mistaken. But that's okay. We're going to continue making these lobbies, getting right back into the action extremely soon. As we do, I do agree with you in terms of these maps. It's going to be interesting to see how these lights kind of dash around and avoid in these 3v3s. I think it can be rather difficult with this poke meta and with that KS offering so much burst damage if he's able to hit those shots at long range. But after that 30-meter range, it becomes a projectile again. Obviously, we do see some of that bloom in play, that kind of in that range. So it's going to be rather difficult to hit these dashing lights when you have to account for not only that bloom on that KS, but also the velocity of the bullets. So whether or not we see that or we see a little bit of that swap off of it because it's two lights, it's going to be interesting to see how Ruby Labubu adapts in this game.
Yeah, and we're talking a lot about Ruby Labubu here, but you know, it's going to be, I feel like, especially on this double light team with the heals coming out from the medium and the light on Ruby Labubu's team, those lights got to be landing their glitches if they're running them, because if not, whatever damage, whatever poke damage they're getting out as a light is just going to get healed right back up. Ruby Labubu's team can play a lot more defensively, and they can play a lot more kind of turtled on top of each other. So the lights got to be really careful to how they play that.
And I do agree with you. We have been talking a lot about Ruby Labubu. There's still plenty of other players in this lobby. We got Honor the Pure, who's got some great shots on that controller. Kind of staying in the shadows a little bit in my perspective. He's a demon of a player, but hopefully he can thrive in this environment on Sis Horizon. He's got a great shot, as well as on the Young Guns. We do have Tiger, who also is in the shadows just a little bit. So we do have this kind of up-and-coming team from the Young Guns, as well as on the Risky Bets, we have Rebel and Zuvista running that light, and Nick, as we've seen, running the charge. Ruby Labubu opting for the winch instead, knowing that he's able to counterpick on, potentially get these lights. With the winch minigun? What is this? Oh my God, we're gonna see some crazy plays. Hopefully these lights don't pull out the nullifier, because that's going to be something to look out for and how they adapt. But Honor the Pure taking some big damage.
Yeah, and looks like Nick on Risky Bet is still running that charge and slam. Honor the Pure's got to hang out a little bit, get that regen. He does get some shots off on both Nick and Zuvista now. 1 HP. Nick ends up going down, blasted. Huge damage coming from Young Guns on there. That minigun and the P90 putting in work. Now it's just Zuvista up. He's going to try to make it out here, but he doesn't end up going. He ends up going down.
Yeah, taking himself out, taking the easy way out with that gas barrel before it gets tapped, because now they're going to spawn in right as that vault gets open. I do think not only does the winch not really synergize unless you're within a very specific range with the minigun. You have to winch someone basically within 8 meters to maintain that rev on the minigun, but also in 3v3 that rev can be detrimental to your team in positioning, kind of giving it away if you're prepping for this fight.
Honor the Pure there spinning around, cosplaying as a blender, because his team is giving a whole new meaning to being put in a blender with a P90 and a minigun there. Absolutely blasting. Let's see how Risky Bet's able to use all the movement they have with double lights to try to get in on this box here. This is a pretty tough box to attack into.
An early jump pad coming out from Ruby Labubu, doesn't end up finding anyone, but Rebel sitting there alone on that staircase, gonna be maybe baiting with the invis noise as Zuvista and Nick make their rev around. But the minigun with the lock bolt gonna come out full force, locking them down. But that charge snap gonna be going for some damage as Nick RPGs himself, cleaning up, and we do see Tiger and Honor the Pier just kind of watching the bodies as they fall.
Honor the Pure just becoming a blender there as he watches his team just chop them up, lock bolt into a minigun. And there's not much you could do there as a light, especially a light with just invis. You can't be dashing around, bouncing all over all the points of that lock bolt. You're just kind of there, and you just eat those bullets straight to the forehead. So we'll see. They do have another chance to take this box, though. It still could go either way.
Yeah, hopefully Risky Bets took some notes and are making a little bit more of an aggressive gamble for this cash box. Gonna have to be going in, dropping this point. They still have double C4 on it. That's gonna take that out and nothing to worry about now. It's in a rather interesting spot, kind of propped up on this half wall structure. But Ruby Labubu is rotating around, using that lock bolt. Does get a double lock bolt and revs up that minigun, taking some massive damage. Does end up trying to make his way out. Doesn't have a mesh shield to defend himself, but uses that and goes a little bit too aggressive.
Ruby Labubu ended up making out, but it doesn't matter because Risky Bet just gets blasted by Honor the Fuhrer and Tiger there with the 93R and the P90. But Risky Bet almost making it in there. They were able to survive that initial contact with the minigun and able to take him down. But Young Guns, the rest of the team, ends up coming in and cleaning up for their teammate.
Yeah, I do like the way Ruby Labubu is using those barricades, because usually you like playing mesh with minigun if you're going to be using that, because either you have that rev and you maybe get caught off guard, you at least have something to defend yourself by time. But he's kind of using those barricades in the same way, blocking all line of sight, but also using the advantages of that winch within that 8 years. But Honor the Pier going to be taken out from Zuvista, going to use that M11, that TTK coming out in full force, going to be waiting on this body, camping it. Will they go for this res, or will they just kind of wait for the coin and buy for the positioning, denying B as Zuvista sits on this high ground?
Yeah, Risky Bet here, camping that body, making sure they don't get that res, but Young Guns go in there and they do end up taking that body. He's going to get defibbed right back up. Risky Bet trying to get some more information. They are running sonar nades, one of the perks to being double light, and they do just end up running over that and getting that plug in there. So they do have defender's advantage this time. We'll see how they use that to set up a little bit. They don't have winch to reposition that box, though. Nick up there getting high ground. Rebel playing off team. I like that, getting some off angles, but Young Guns holding hands all together, walking up on them.
Yeah, this is going to be rather dangerous. A big charge this time coming down. Does get taken out. Zuvista dropping, but Zuvista without cut also gets the trade. And now we're in a 2v1 scenario. Up on the high ground gets another pick, and Risky Bets fall.
Yeah, I love that reposition from Honor the Pure. As soon as that fight started, he gatewayed himself up onto the other side, over kind of where Rebel was sitting. And as soon as that fight breaks out, everybody's looking at Tiger and Ruby Labubu, and Honor comes in right behind them and ends up sandwiching them with that 93R.
And Risky Bets now in a very similar position as they were on that first cash out. A minute left after wiping. Gonna have to make the way in. Fortunate for them, it's not outside, or Young Guns did not reposition the cash box. They're going to be able to use that AR and Honor the Pure, taking some big damage as we go in. Ruby Labubu now in a bad spot, gets taken out. And now a 3v2 situation. Will they be able to reset their health bars fast enough and get those picks?
Yeah, they're going to need to be... Honor the Pure is going to maybe make it out of here, but Risky Bet really needs to stick on Honor the Pure and make sure they have him locked down. Otherwise, he's just going to keep resetting for his team. They do throw down the smoke, though. They're going to commit to this steal, but he goes down. Honor the Pure end up coming back in there with that 93R because they weren't able to find him. He's still going for that steal in the smoke, though, but the goose stall is going to stop him, and Young Guns is going to take that cash.
That was a fantastic goose stall on the snipe. Gets it right around that cash out, calling out the positioning in that smoke, and ends up stopping it for that 2-0 on Sis Horizon. And with that being said, I think Vegas is going to be our next map. Wow, I mean, Vegas maybe, hopefully is going to be able to change up the game plan. I think Ruby Labubu is going to be scared to play that minigun yet again, because double light, you have the opportunity to take out the nullifier, but I think that's exactly what he's going to be using to his advantage.
Yeah, I got to give props to Tiger and Honor the Pure there. When their heavy goes down, they did not panic and they played that really well, playing their lives, knowing that they still have control of that cash out. They don't need to commit too hard. Did not panic through that smoke. The comms were going crazy and they were able to stop them through that smoke steal. Tiger coming in at the end with a big goose stall there to stop that take.
Yeah, and looking at the scoreboard, we do see it looking a little bit more one-sided. We see 6 kills coming out from Honor the Pure and 6 kills coming out from Tiger. Ruby Labubu kind of really just taking a lot of that pressure away from his team.
Yeah, I wonder if the minigun choice was because it was double light. Because I mean, I don't play light a lot, but I imagine if I was playing light and I'm hearing a minigun spool up around the corner, I really got to decide. I got to be really careful about my positioning because if I peek and get mowed down by that, you just got to keep playing your life and take the time to regen back up because he's not going to have to reload for a while. So I wonder if that was the decision behind that. What do you think?
No, I definitely agree with that, especially on a map that can offer a little bit of those close range situations. Not necessarily pulling it out was a smart move because if you do pull it out and they do get the flip, it can be rather difficult to retake that with a minigun. They're just going to rain down bullets on top of you. But as you said, and as I've kind of mentioned before as well, I think it's kind of getting into that mental game territory, making them now play Nullifier. One of them is definitely going to be playing Nullifier because they're scared of that minigun, but I'm going to say he's going to swap off.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't used the nullifier that much, but I know if you are the person who gets nullified, you can move around and you can even still reload. Do bullets still pass through you to your teammates or no?
I do think bullets do pass through. There was a situation earlier on where you could body block the bullets, and basically if you get nullified, you're body blocking for your teammate while they're stealing. You get nullified because they missed the guy that's stealing. You're now able to block all the damage, and as we see the KS-23 just as discussed. Now we're going to be able to tell whether or not we see that nullifier come out from Risky Bets. But
we got a Cerberus on Tiger. I think that's another decision that might be partially driven by playing against 2 lights. Get some of that fire damage off. They're not going to be able to recover. There's that nullifier, though, as you mentioned. Tiger gets nullified, and Ruby Lulu ends up going down in the middle of that fight. Not able to help his team while he's nullified. It comes down to a light 1v1. Honor the Pure versus Rebel. We got an Invis versus Dash.
And Gateway's going to be making that cross-up, going back and forth.
He's sitting there in the Invis. He's ready for it. Oh, and it goes to Rebel with the light 1v1, playing his invis really well. Knows exactly where Honor the Pure is, doesn't need to move around too much, and he ends up taking that first fight for Risky Bet.
Wow. Rebel beating out the mind games, and I do like to note that no nullifier was taken, so they didn't really fall for that mind game that Ruby Labubu was probably going to be playing. So now they're on the defensive. Risky Bets on the defensive for the second time in this best of 3. Will they make the most of it, as Young Guns have been doing fantastic in these fights?
Yeah, I think both of these teams are pretty evenly matched up, but I think Risky Bet just has the name advantage for being on Vegas here. But Nick ends up going down real fast up there on top. So now it's only 2 lights. See if they can get their heavy back up, but Zuvista's just trying desperately to stay alive, but he does end up going down to that serve. Now it's only Rebel. He does end up going down. A full reset coming out of Risky Bet, and Young Guns is going to get this swap here.
Yeah, look at that damage range from that Cerberus. That buff coming out in full force. Nobody's really seen it, but I do think this is kind of the best situation to use the Cerberus because it's double light. Having that increased damage range accuracy on that weapon and not needing to use your full mag to kill a medium or a heavy offers some great versatility against this double light comp.
Yeah, I agree, especially since if you just get one shot off and you get a little bit of fire damage off on one of those lights, with that 93R or the KS, there's so much burst damage, it's only going to take one extra shot to finish him off.
I'm going to be using this Invis bomb, going to be collapsing right on top of Risky Bet. Zuvisa does go down. Now it's a 3v2. It's Rebel, Roth, and it's just Nick with that charge slam. Will he be able to get some value? It's not looking good. He does get that charge slam off. Not going to get winched out of, or not going to get stopped because all this fire is going off of his cash out, and he dies to this explosives.
He does run around with that charge and slam, ending up running on top of a barrel and takes onto the pier out with him with that explosion.
Yeah, that was an explosive fight.
Young Guns.
Yeah, Young Guns taking it one right now. That first cash out gonna be rotating up to metal now on this high ground, gonna offer some great line of sight, but they do opt to go inside, use that KS to breach the wall, using it as a pseudo DMAT, as we've kind of discussed before. But on here, getting caught all out in the open, gonna get taken out by Nick.
Yep, he does end up getting a trade though, but Risky Bet's all up there, so they're just gonna go ahead and get that res. Onto the Pure's body is pretty split from his team, so they might make him coin. I don't know if they're going to want to go back up there to get that body.
As we wait for this coin.
They're just trying to get some information here.
Going over there.
Just trying to see if they can get any audio cues. Risky Bet's setting up some gateway. They're just going to snag that. Looks like they're trying to move it out of there.
And Zuvista gets taken out by a C4.
Oh.
Not sure if that was a combo C4 RPG, but gets taken out rather quickly. You heard that, just heard the body drop, but on up here now taking an ego fight, does end up winning it against
from
Nick.
Honor.
Wow, and now we're going to see the rotation come out.
Combo. Pardon me, go ahead.
We're going to see the rotation come out. B's going to get plugged in from the Young Guns as the rotation comes in. Rebel now waiting for this coin to come in from Nick. Gonna drop this down using this KS, offering some great line of sight and that close range right where you want to be for that Cerberus.
Okay, looks like Risky Bet trying to take the high ground here to get in and get a little bit more information. Honor the Pure doing a good job playing off of his team, giving his team info on where Risky Bet is coming in. And Risky Bet's just trying to decide how they best want to attack this point. Taking a peek here, they can't find anybody. I like. This is what I was talking about earlier. I love how far off the point Young Guns is playing because they're not worried about getting back in there. And here they come. You know, RPG straight into the charge and slam. Huge damage. Rebel ends up going down instantly in that dome shield. And Honor the Pure has that gateway set up, so they immediately go back up onto that roof there. KS damage. Zuvista's 1 HP. He's the last one, and he ends up going down to the gas. Big combo from the top ropes out of Ruby Labubu with that charge and slam RPG.
Yeah, slamming down like Mario on a Goomba's head. Gonna be dropping in from the top ropes, and that's exactly the situation you don't want to be in a light. You don't want your light taking if you know he's gonna be slamming it from above, because from that range, I think he can do close to 150 damage with that charge.
Yep, Rebel pretty much had no time to react to that and was immediately blown up, but I think they still have one more chance to get in here, but they gotta move quick. So they gateway right in. They do have a smoke ready to go. They don't have winch though. They don't have any way to move this, so they're gonna try to get rid of all the C4s that go in. Here they go for the smoke steal. Dome shield comes out. They do have that sonar nade, so they know exactly where Young Guns is coming from, but they don't have a lot of time here. They gotta make something work. They get charge slam down. Honor the Pure coming out with a double kill with the 93R, and Ruby Labubu cleaning up with the KS, and Young Guns is going to take this 2-0.
Yeah, and that's going to mean that Young Guns do qualify into PHL Season 2. That's going to be a huge early win for them, making their way in clean as can be, going straight in the new season.
Yeah, what are your end thoughts on the double light heavy comp? I think it worked it's surprisingly pretty well in the 12s, especially since they can move around the map so much having the double light. But I think it comes to a pretty heavy disadvantage in 3s, just having so much of a lower health pool all around.
Yeah, I think it's definitely better in those cash outs, but again, you're really relying on a lot of different factors, a little bit more RNG in those cash out rounds. So a lot more compositions can potentially work because there's so much more going on. However, in those 3v3s, you really are kind of stuck into the meta compositions But Ruby Labubu really just proving us wrong, kind of being the people's champ in terms of using almost any gun. We've seen him on minigun, we've seen him on sledge, we've seen him on the KS-23. What can this man not use?
Yeah, he is the definition of breaking the mold, breaking the meta. He's making all that stuff work. Swapped from winch minigun to charge and slam KS just in these matches alone, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see how it kind of stacks up against the other auto qualified teams in the new season, because that's really where we'll have the ultimate test of skill in terms of whether these off meta picks are even viable in those compositions, in cash out, in those 3v3s. So I'm pretty excited to see what they can do in the following days.
Yeah, I agree. So we're going to maybe we take it back to the bracket here. Let's see what the next match. We're going back into some 12s, some cash outs. I think we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and look at the bracket.
Welcome back, everybody. We got some great games coming up. I'm Sensoyo alongside my co-caster Dread, and we're going back into cash out for you. We're going to be taking a quick look at the bracket, and Dread can kind of give you a breakdown of the teams that kind of made their way through.
Yeah, I just want to comment on how much I love Sensoyo's background. I'm going to call him Sensual Sensoyo from now on with those candles and that lighting he's got going there. I love it.
Thank you.
All right. So we're getting into another cash out round here. We got Risky Bet, Task Managers, Goo Guzzlers, and Diminish coming up here. And then after that, they're going to go back into some 3v3s that are going to be best of threes. And after this cash out round from here on out, it is only 3v3s. So interesting to see what's going to happen in this last cash out round. I think this is a pretty stacked match here. So
yeah,
a lot can happen.
That's for sure. We got a pretty stacked match. We do have a Kazo alongside Viper on Goo Guzzlers, and on Diminish we got Belize, Calf, and not Bubba. But unfortunately, over on that loser side, we did have a few teams drop out. But as we get this game loaded, we're going straight into Bernal. This is going to be a fantastic cash out round. Bernal kind of being a little bit more of a horizontal map, long range. Oak fights are going to be breaking out. But with 4 teams, it's going to cause a lot of chaos. And we do see that double light team coming back in this match.
Yep. And here we get started here. Let's see how this plays out. We got a lot of winches still here, and a charging slam and a goo gun on the Goo Guzzlers, living up to their name there with a Kazo running the goo gun, and already a pick coming out on a tickle monster with LH1 down Cafaneo, and Bubba goes down right after him. Diminish is kind of falling apart right now. Double deagle action. We got some bananas coming in from a Kazo.
It's going to be Belize left, back up, taking a big shot from that CB1 repeater, and going to get chased down. Belize on that SH12, tried and true. He's going to stick to his guns here.
Wow, and I just want to point out, too, just the reaction time from Akazo. I don't know if you picked up on that. I don't know if chat picked up on that, but he immediately swaps to his goo gun as he sees Belize bring out that RPG and blocks that RPG shot with a goo shot. Like, that's crazy tech right there coming out of Akazo.
Yeah, that was fantastic. On the other side of the map, we do see Risky Bet's going to take it over. Task Manager's going to win their prize of being able to plug that over to B, but A's already plugged in. Diminish did spawn over on cash out B. It's going to be rather difficult because they're just going to be sitting right on this. Going to be taking some early shots. Going to be looking for that jump pad RPG onto Nick. Nick does throw away that ball, and now we're going to be in a staggered situation. This is probably the worst case scenario if it does end up getting fully staggered for this lobby.
Yep, and Risky Bet ends up losing Zuvista in that 1v1 there. Bravado almost goes down, but ends up clutching that kill, and they're going to plug that. So we got 2 cash outs going now, finally. Let's see what's going on over here.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a stagger, but it is definitely notable to say that. That's a 30-second stagger, but on this fight, Cafaneo takes some big damage, does get healed up, avoiding that RPG narrowly, dashing away. but we see Rebel going to be taken down. Zuvis is going to be the last one on his team, getting a hold of this high ground, but it's not going to be enough. Over on the other side of the map, Akazo is going to be taking it over the task managers, defending their cash out A and winning the right to hold on to that money with only about 45 seconds left.
Yep, and with two teams getting full wiped there, this is where we might kind of start to feel that stagger come into place here, because now Goo Guzzlers has a lot more time to set up for this next box once this cash out ends. But there's a little bit left time on it that one team is going to have one more push on it, I believe.
Yeah, we do
bet back
see,
up here.
We see Diminish going to be holding their cash out strong. 1 minute left over here. It looks like the Goo Guzzlers do win that cash out on the other side as it does tick down. But both teams may be making their approach onto this cash box, Pink making their rotation over. Will they have enough time? Because there's going to be 3 teams. My bet is that Diminish with this chaos, unless they get jumped on, is going to have a great opportunity to hold this. But now they may be engaged with the task managers. The task managers taking this high ground as they're now forced to stop this steal. Capaneo does go down. Rebel does go down as well. So Vista dropping as we see this full pressure coming in. Not Bubba getting taken out.
Yep, and Belize goes down right after. That is a full team wipe out of Diminish, but they still have control of this point. I don't know for how long, though. There's still only one live vest on Risky Bet, and they do end up finally going down. So task managers, oh, but here comes Goo Guzzlers at the last second. They're not going to let them take that point. And it still ends up going to Diminish thanks to Goo Guzzlers.
That's crazy. Goo Guzzlers just came over and stopped them from taking. Just
I think they might have had that
it.
if Goo Guzzlers didn't come over there and stop them from taking that.
I think Goo Guzzlers took a look and saw how much damage was being knocked out and these teams getting wiped so quickly. Maybe if they were able to get that kill before the wipe, they would have hopped on it instantly, getting that point. Just a little bit too late because that res came out in full force. Diminish. Getting lucky on that one. Now going to be vying for Vault 4. Over on the other side of the map, we do see a fight breaking out between the task managers and a charge and slam coming out. Will he get that value? But Nick and Rebel are going to get taken out. Wade and Metro Boomin really getting that damage out there, knocking out Risky Bet from that ball fight.
Yeah, task managers, I think, does a great job at kind of playing really close together, holding hands, especially against that double light team. Those lights really want to try to pick people off in the 1v1s, but they're not able to do that against task managers.
Gatewaying Belize right on top of this team. A big RPG comes down, a winch as well, and it looks like Viper is going to be taken down. And now shortly after, Bravado is taking a full force of that SA-12 as they do now get this plug opportunity. But it looks like task managers here as well, if I'm not mistaken. Now fighting for this high ground is crazy to see. This is not what you want to see if your team diminished. But luckily, you do have a little bit of a cash advantage going into this next cash out.
Yeah, and it looks like Kazo is going to get a little bit of extra time there to come out and try to wait for his team to reset up here so they can come back and try to re-attack this point. Task Manager's just looking to see if they can find Diminish here. Oh, Belize is spotted, takes a little bit of damage, gets healed right back up by Bubba, but they're going to collapse on that. Now both teams are coming in. Here comes Goo Guzzlers now that they are finally up. Task Manager just gets completely turned on. That SA-12 put in a lot of damage, but it still could go either way because they're taking shots from the other side.
And luckily, task managers now fighting Goo Guzzlers, kind of taking away some of that pressure. But Akazo finds Belize, gonna take out and stop that res. Now it's a 1v1 Akazo versus, is that Tickle Monster? Will he be able to get this? Now his team comes, backs him up for that heal, and it looks like Goo Guzzlers coming out on top because of that third party, just adding so much chaos to this cash out game.
Wow.
And look, now it's Diminish getting that reset, coming back in.
I don't know, though. I don't know if they're going to be able to full reset, though. Cap just barely. Oh, he doesn't make it out. That's going to be a late team wipe from Diminish there, which gives Goo Guzzlers a lot of time to defend this point here. But Taskmaster, I lied. Not a lot of time because Taskmaster's immediately gateway back in, and they're on top of him already. They really don't want Goo Guzzlers to keep this lead.
Yeah, this is going right back in. We do see a great position from Viper using that LH1. I love Rice and Wade going down. They're going to be holding this rather strong. Diminish now going to be spawning in on the other side. Luckily, getting away from this, they do have to go for a little bit of a Hail Mary to kind of keep their lead. Going all in. Zuvista does drop a hold coming out. Nick gonna use that charge slam. He knocks him off and gets him out of that steal. It's just unfortunate. Bubbly gonna be the last one up versus Nick. And will he be able to find him now? Both 1 HP with a dream. Zuvista pointing back in.
Yeah, they really don't want to lose that money now that they just made that back there, so that they're kind of on par with Diminish there. And there's the Charge Slam coming in clutch with the stall on that point there. Let's see. Fight's about to break out here over this next box. Goo Guzzler's in a pretty healthy lead over this lobby right now.
Yeah, looking to rotate over to A. I think their macro call is to hold the box out of A and basically force a double if possible. But did you know that Orange get that plug over on B? This could be dangerous if they do allow a split to happen. Diminish kind of sitting on this cash out, gonna try and pounce on top of Risky Bet.
Yeah, Goo Guzzlers is in a pretty good spot here because they don't really need to do much here, but this fight breaking out over this point here, and Nick is just stuck in the rubble. He's got that charge and slam though to get out of there with the house falling on his head, but he doesn't connect with them, but he ends up getting the gun out and to finish that off, but almost not able to make it out of the rubble even with the charge and slam as that building's coming down around him.
And the interesting thing here is that Goo Guzzlers only need to hold the point with Pink and make sure nobody else takes it. The macro call for task managers to sit here and not go for the other cash out is, oh, and there we go. As I say it, they make me eat my words. I Love Rice and Wade going over to contest the other cash out while they let the Metro Boomin sit back and hold the other point, because if they have orange or red rotate back over, it could be dangerous for them.
Yeah, all three of these teams are in a pretty tough spot here because they are forced to fight this to stay in here. No team really wants to fully commit yet because they know that everybody is here right now. But big damage coming out on a Diminish. Cafaneo ends up going down. Zuvista's hurt too. Nick is still low. Now Bubba trying desperately to get out of there with 1 HP. And while this is happening, Task Manager's going for the steal here.
And the debris blocks the cover. Now Belize has to fully commit. That heal comes out and he gets it. Wow. Belize unable to stop that. No team in sight. He's going for the flip yet again. Will he be able to get it? No one else is defending this. Wade coming in, maybe trying to stop it, but they do get the flip back and forth from that flip. And now, will a team be able to pounce on this? 10 seconds left. Going down to the wire. Every team collapsing on it. Orange team is going to be holding it, but no, it's not going to be enough. It looks like Diminish is going to be moving on alongside Goo Guzzlers into this 3v3.
Wow, did that box end up getting flipped 3 or 4 times at the end there?
Yeah, that box going back and forth. I'm not sure if Diminish was able to get that initial plug, steal it away from Risky Bet, but honestly, I do think they were able to get that flip and Risky Bet getting that initial plug. So yeah, 3 times on that flip going into that match.
Wow. That was a close one. That was a fun one to watch. Everybody, Goo Guzzler's putting themselves in such a good spot that they don't really have to worry about that last fight, which was really good because it was basically a mosh pit on that last box for everybody coming in, and they need to secure their spot. Everybody needs that money. Yeah, and Diminish ends up making it through in the midst of all that chaos.
Yeah, and that means we're going to be going to Goo Guzzlers and Diminish next. I don't know if that's exactly the team that you would want facing against as Goo Guzzlers because they had the push for deciding that. We look at the scoreboard and it's fantastic all around. All the teams do amazingly in that. And while we queue up this next game, we're going to hit you with a short break getting ready for this 3v3. Welcome back, everybody. Throughout the past few matches, we've seen some cash out, but now for the rest of the day, 3v3s from here on out, and we got a fantastic match for you. And already the map picks are going to be coming in at you. We got that graphic coming up. We got Bernal, Fortune Stadium, and Citadel going into this best of 3v3.
Yeah, I'm super excited to watch this. I don't want to fanboy about Akazo too much, but I do just want to point out what the slight little crazy mechanics and stuff he does with that goo gun that I personally never would think of. Like blocking that RPG on that last game was just, I mean, man, I had to stop and think about that for a second because the reaction time and even be able to think about doing that in the moment is pretty crazy.
Yeah, and this is going to be a fantastic match against Goo Guzzlers versus Team Diminished. Team Diminished getting a little bit of a name change, running via last season with Belize, Calf, and now not Bubba going to be running on that team. And Bernal, will we see Belize stick with that SA-12 as we saw in those cash out rounds? Or are we going to see a little bit more of that Titan BFR long range poke fights break out? Since these 3v3s are going to be a little bit more methodical, this is going to be a fantastic match. Unusual to see the top two teams from the cash out rounds make it into these 3v3s.
Yeah. Let's see how this gets started here. A little bit of a pad gateway action to make it as far across the map as they possibly can. Kazu's still rocking those double deagles. There he goes.
And they don't know how close the team is.
Traverse around the map. Oh, taking shots from the back, though. They didn't hear him coming up. Kazu already half health. Goo Guzzler's kind of hurt. They're just trying to get some healing in here and kind of recoup. Diminish is on the hunt, though. You got a repeater coming in, but absolutely gets blasted.
Yeah, Famas coming out in full force. Bravado is not going to be able to get that DTK out there with that CV1 repeater. That gun typically is best with those team shots when you're using that as burst damage. But we do see the reset come out. Viper, Tickle Monster getting that res on Bravado. Now a jump pad coming out. Will they be able to get some damage? Doesn't find the head on that head glitch, but now rotates back in, trying to chase down this team. Police looking for that winch on that SA-12, still rocking that tried and true weapon of his. And Akazo taking a little bit of damage, now rotating away.
Yeah, a lot different play styles coming out of both teams here. Diminish running a little bit more of an aggressive close range play style with the FAMAS and the SA and the winch. And Goo Guzzler's playing a little bit more of a mid-range kind of dually play style with the Deagles and the Peter and the Goo Gun. So I kind of like how Goo Guzzlers just realize that they just need to get out of that building. They don't want to engage in a close quarters fight inside of a room against that team. So they get out of there and they reset, and Diminish ends up walking that over and plugging it, but they're taking a lot of damage. Tickle Monster down to a bar and a half up there on top.
Yeah, and as you said, I do think the colors are showing, especially on this cash out. This is definitely a little bit more of a long range cash out. Very hard to force your opponent up into that close range fight with the SA-12. Now trapped in a corner, going to be breaking out from the back end and pushing up on this high ground. Do the Goo Guzzlers know that this is happening? And SA-12 coming out, that Goo Gun saving Akazo and allowing his team to get the pick on not Bubba and capping out. Police last one up, does get the pick on Bravado.
Oh,
does almost get the pick on Tickle Monster, but ends up losing it, and now the flip comes out.
Wow, Belize putting up a big fight at the end there. He was not going down without a fight. Ends up almost taking out two of them before he's able to go down. But man, that Goo Gun just being so dynamic. Belize got a great winch, but it just gets shut down. All the damage gets shut down after Akazo swaps to that Goo Gun.
Yeah, now he's doing his setup. The Pyromines plus the Goo Gun are going to cause a rather fiery explosion whenever someone's taking that. You need to take that out if you want to have an opportunity to get this steal. You need to take that out instantly as soon as you arrive if you have the opportunity. But it looks like the gateway taking quite a long time, not understanding where they want to go. This whole entire Goo Guzzler team just sitting back and playing their time. A C4 comes out, breaking that, and now the pressure, the fight begins.
Yep, and they are able to find Goo Guzzlers. The RPG does not connect, but the winch on the way back does. And Bravado ends up going down. Now it's a 2v2. Belize trying to get out of there, taking some damage. Tickle Monster and Akazo pushing that. And Belize ends up going down. It's only Bubba up. He's going to try to get a res, but he's kind of stuck over there in that corner in the open. And Tickle Monster comes in to finish off the team wipe.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that wasn't necessarily Diminish's fault, except for plugging in a terrible location for their composition, not really understanding the range differences. Goo Guzzlers were just able to take advantage of this shed cash out, playing to their strengths, sitting back and just poking at Team Diminish. That SA-12 not offering Belize any favors there.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch. I think this composition they got going over on Goo Guzzlers works so well in these 3v3s because they have so much sustain, so much damage blocking from just complete goo on demand, and they got the heals from the light and the heals from the medium. Diminish, they really need to get an explosive pick off on either medium or light and try to get somebody who's just not being protected by a Kazo.
Now looking for some poke shots, vying over Vault 2. He's gonna sit back on this rooftop, look for a gateway, but Viper gonna take a gateway of his own back and rotate with his team. Oh, the CB1 repeater just doing so much damage, taking out that light in 2 shots, all by himself. Bravado getting an early pick on Calf, gonna offer his team an ability to rotate all the way to the point of their choosing.
Yeah, you got to be careful when you're playing light and they've got a repeater on the enemy team, because he doesn't even really need to hit headshots on you. He's just got to dink you a couple times and you're going to go down. It's a lot of burst damage coming out of that gun.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you don't want to see if you're Team Diminish. Getting the point set up, Goo Guzzlers, as soon as they get this plug, being able to set up those pyro mines if they're allowed the time. But that gateway is going to offer them a quick rotate in and stop them from setting up any of those pyro mines or goo on the cash out. So now they're fighting a relatively even fight that they want to. Gonna be taking out not Bubba. Kazo does find that pick. Not Bubba's position, not with his team, but Elise gonna be looking for the fight on a Kazo. Kazo getting it taken down to half HP. Tickle Monster getting taken out. Bravado getting taken out. Elise doing so much work looking for that reset. A Kazo as well.
Yeah, Belize playing really well around that dome shield, and Goo Guzzlers just didn't have an answer to that dome shield at that time. Belize able to take out 2, but both teams getting a reset here. Diminish went to go for the swap, and they did get that swap up on the cash out while this is going on. Goo Guzzlers is still down their medium. Kazo's kind of stuck by himself in there. He's not able to get to that gateway, but he does get the body. And the mine takes out Cafaneo while he's getting that res off. Now all 3 Goo Guzzlers up again, and Diminish is now on the defensive, but they still have control of this point. So they don't need to really play aggro here. They can kind of slow down a little bit and recoup. Let's see how Goo Guzzlers goes on the attack now.
I think they're going to lock this down with Goo, really force them in. This is going to be a tough situation. If you're Team Diminish, they're going to have to use some sort of resource, RPG, C4. He does block the winch with the Goo, calls him out. Now Kazo's stuck in the corner right now, though. So now Belize getting taken out, Tickle Monster as well, 2v2. Oh. The reset comes in, Tickle Monster's back up, but Bravado narrowly escaped 1 HP. Will he be taken out? Huge damage comes out from Cafaneo, locking down this cash out.
Well played from Cafaneo there, able to capitalize on 2 of those team members from Goo Guzzler being low HP, and he goes in and ends up getting that team wipe there. And now it's tied up. The second point ended up going to Diminish. Now it's anybody's game.
Yeah, and that fight just went back and forth. No wipes came out. Full resets come out from both teams so quickly, buying a lot of time. That Goo, Kazo uses it very well to create distance and get that reset. But now, playing these head glitches, this is a light's paradise right now, especially if you're Cafaneo with such an amazing shot with that ARN. But the Goo Guzzler's gonna have a little bit more range than Diminish might want.
Yep, and he's got to be careful, because if they show their heads for even a second, if they get a stray shot from that repeater, it's going to be a lot of damage. It looks like they're just going to take that box and try to get it moving, but so much damage coming in on Belize from the Deagles and the repeater. He ends up going down while he's trying to pick up that box. And now they're going to have to try to play with Belize's body, but I don't know if they're going to get to it, because Google's just coming in, trying to capitalize on that. Tickle Monster ends up taking that box, but he's getting shot, so turns into a 1v1 and ends up going down to Cafaneo, but Belize is still dead. So now it's still a 2v2. These guys are getting split up here, trying to move this box and continue to fight. Bravado does not want them to get the res, but he ends up getting the fib anyways.
Yeah, Team Diminish gets a reset, but Belize taking some big damage right as he does get back up. Belize running down that heel beam right now. Bubba also taking a shot of his own. Now, looks like Goo Guzzlers have control of this box in terms of positioning. Cafaneo kind of on this flank position though. Ratting may get some good shots as this team rotates to pick up Vault 3. On this zip, get some great shots on Akazo. Akazo down to 1 HP, gets taken out by not Bubba and Cafaneo's team shots. Cafaneo going right in there. Aim is so clean right now.
Great shots coming out of Cafaneo, but he ends up going down. The Tickle Monster coming in with the LH1 burst damage. He's trying to get the res, but and here comes Belize coming through the wall. He's trying to make sure he doesn't get that res. But he's getting healed now. Tickle Monster's in a bad spot. He's gonna try to get out and get up that zip line. And he's still got his body down there. Bravado ends up coming in and getting that fib off. Cafaneo is still dead. He's got 5 seconds left to coin, but it looks like they're trying to get that res off. I like how fast Diminish is playing in this. They need to keep playing this quick, because if Goo Guzzlers, as you can see, if they get any time to kind of set up or recoup here, then there's just so much sustain going on. Diminish has to stay on the hunt and really push this fight as fast as they can to keep getting these picks. Good positioning from Tickle Monster.
Are going explosive. They break out and then just go to a calm, going back and forth, running this ebb and flow like a wave, like a tsunami, gonna be crashing down and going back down into a calm over and over again. The vault's still not plugged in. They're still fighting over church. We see a winch come out. Akazo goos himself up, and Bravado gets taken out by Cafaneo. Cafaneo getting those heals. Tickle Monster goes down. Akazo goes down, and finally Team Diminish going to be taking this vault to this cash out.
Yeah, now they're finally going to have time to move this and plug this after getting that full wipe. These fights can go anywhere, but man, I was just about to say the same thing. I got to give a shout out to Cafaneo. The guy's positioning, his movement, he's kind of going crazy for his team right there. He's keeping Goo Guzzlers on skates right now.
I think he's a little ticked off about the range fights that's going on. He's really locking in for these fights, and now Tickle Monster going to take some early shots and try and open up the fight. Wow, those bananas doing some great damage on that high ground. Bubba getting taken out of half HP. Now he's going to be unable to heal Belize if he gets jumped on, but Bravado's taking some big damage from that SA-12 winch. We need to find a pick here. Bravado just kind of went right in there for no reason, no backup from Akazo. Really putting himself out of position, and we're going for the reset.
Might have been a little disconnect in comms there. I don't know if Akazo really wanted to fully commit, because I really like that positioning out of Diminish there. And we were talking about how different their comps are, and they're playing some close range, kind of more explosive comp. They really want Goo Guzzlers to have to come into them to fight them.
And now we see a trade come out with Akazo taking out Bubba, and Bravado also dropping. And now Tickle Monster being taken out in that light 1v1. It's just gonna be Akazo sitting back with that goo and was not able to make it out alive.
Cafaneo taking out Tickle Monster in the light 1v1. Cafaneo's on top of it. I do want to point out though, Belize picking up that goo barrel and not throwing it, just keeping it up there as a shield, kind of blocking some shots before it explodes while he's holding it in his hand.
Cafaneo may die to a mine! It's a post-mortem kill. The mine on the stairs really taking him out. Not that that's going to hinder anything. It's just a little funny to see.
Maybe that might be just fueling the fire inside of Cafaneo a little bit more to stay locked in and make sure they win, because he's tired of those mines, I can tell. And he immediately takes out Tickle Monster. Tickle Monster ends up going down. They're trying to get rid of this jump pad so they can get the steal here. They do not have a lot of time. Immediately gets winched off, and that last box is going to be going in favor of Diminish.
Yeah, and honest, this is probably Goo Guzzler's map to win. We're going to be going to Fortune Stadium after this. This is going to be a very tough situation. We see Cafaneo really locking in, Belize getting a lot more value as they moved away from that shed point, making it out on top in that first game, but the round's not over yet. We do have a best of 3. Fortune Stadium, the next map.
Yeah, I really like how you could kind of tell throughout the match too that Diminish was kind of adapting to the play style of Goo Guzzlers, and you could tell that as the map kind of went on, they realized we need to kick up the temperature here and we need to start going in a lot quicker and a lot more explosive, because if they have any time to even just get a little bit of sustain in, they're not going to die, as we saw with that with that one fight going on for almost 3 minutes straight before any team wipe happened. So Diminish able to adapt there and get a little bit more explosive with their fights.
Yeah, Fortune Stadium going to be the next map. As we just saw on the scoreboard, very, very even match. And I do think that's kind of how it played out visually as well. We saw these teams go back and forth in these fights, not really getting many wipes out there, just going kill after kill after kill, resetting over and over again. Will that kind of be the play in Fortune Stadiums? Will we see a little bit of a swap up from Bravado, or will we continue to see that CB1 repeater on these more close range maps? Obviously, as we shift away from Bernal, every map thereafter is going to become closer and closer range. I think that Zombie Citadel generally thought of, at least initially when it came out, as a very close range map. So Fortune Stadium kind of offering that mid-range opportunity, forcing away from these head glitches that Bernal offered.
Yeah, I love that you went to that point, talking about Bravado and that Peter there, because that's exactly where I was going to go with it too. We're kind of on the same wavelength here, and I love it. Ape stronger together, am I right? But I just want to say, like, I'm curious as to see, like, if he swaps it up a little bit, because now that they know that Diminish is going to try to get on top of them as fast as they can, the repeater is not going to work that well if somebody's completely in your face. So we'll see if he changes it up a little bit.
As we load in this next match, I don't think we're going to see any changes from the specializations on this front. Everything is just generally pretty standard for these teams. Akazo obviously going to be rocking that goo gun. As we see I wouldn't necessarily say a better spawn either or both, but Goo Guzzler is going for this high ground, opting for the high ground strategy. We do see a 93R coming out from Tickle Monster to be able to fight those light 1v1s a little bit better, as Cafaneo has been heating up in the last round.
Yeah, interesting to see them spawn so close together, and I'm kind of surprised there already isn't a fight blasting out. I kind of expected Diminish to just hop on the first person they see, but they're trying to set up a trap here, it looks like. RPG goes out, not able to connect, though. Cafaneo's still taking a little bit of damage, but he turns it around on Tickle Monster. Tickle Monster ends up going down. Big pad RPG coming out. Bravado's got to get out of there. He's half HP, and he ends up going down. Now it's only Akazo.
Danger down there.
Akazo does find the res on Tickle Monster. Gonna be rotating underneath. Tickle Monster does get found and ends up getting away, as they probably gonna go deny the hospital point if they're smart. And they get some shots on, but he's almost taking him out.
Not able to
really get a pick.
Not able to finish that kill on Belize there. Hurts them a lot, because they're just gonna keep running and get over there. Looks like Tickle Monster ends up crossing, but I don't know if he dropped a gateway, so I don't know how his team's going to be able to cross, but it looks like they're just going to go while they're still setting up. And now everybody's up again. This fight is still going. Blitz grenade goes out, connects. Lots of healing coming out. Not a lot of damage, though. There's so much sustain coming out of both teams. Cafaneo, though, it only really takes one shot, and the first damage goes crazy. Bubba ends up going down, trying to keep Cafaneo alive. Now they got to try to get his body and get out of there, because they still have possession of this, so they don't need to go too ham yet. But Bubba comes in, tries to get some damage off, and ends up dying for it. But Kazo ends up going down. Belize trying desperately to get out of there with his life. Ends up finally going down. The full team wipe going over on Diminish, so Goo Guzzler is just going to get this swap here. Or not? Okay, yeah, there they go. Now they're getting the swap here.
Yeah, they're going to let Akazo set up as they go over on this clinic and block those spawns. It looks like that's going to force them most likely towards that NGMO building or this middle halto, depending on their positioning here. Going to be going for that block spawn. Going to be playing that high ground. They know exactly where they're going to spawn. He's already pre-aiming. Look at that. Forcing them over in that NGMO building. Now, take some early shots. That CB1 repeater is going to be great. Dude, they just need to avoid being jumped on in a 2v3 scenario right there. Hold them at bay. They're going to do pad. Police up in the air. They're going to just back away, and they bought enough time. But Bravado overstayed his welcome, getting taken out by Cafaneo.
Yeah, Bravado not able to get out. Like you said, I think he stayed there a little bit too long, and Diminish capitalized on that, and he's way too far away. He's going to have to coin. Akazo and Tickle Monster are going to have to try to find a way to play their life here. They do only have a little bit of time on that point, so they could maybe pull it off, but Police is just going to hop right on this. He's in the Dome Shield. Dome Shield does get glitched. He ends up hopping off.
And Kazo does end up going down. It looks like to maybe a gas barrel, but the mine ends up getting procced. But the steel still ends up going off. The mine damage not able to kill Belize as he's taking that point. And Diminish ends up taking that first box. Wow, that still kind of could have gone either way. Even with only 2 people alive on Goo Guzzlers, that mine almost kept the point for him.
Yeah, we saw some great tracking from Belize as that cash out fell. But the critical mistake being Bravado playing way too far up and not being willing to just accept the amount of time that they were able to generate from playing up, blocking the spawns, getting those early shots, just really pushing up too much.
Yeah. But still anybody's game here. There's only 1 cash out completed, and wow, big winch coming out on Bravado. Bravado ends up getting taken out, but so does Belize. They end up trading 1 for 1, both teams, but Cafaneo's low. Bubba's going to get that defib up onto Belize, and now everybody on Diminish is going to be up again. Big RPG coming out there. Belize goes right back down again as soon as he comes out of the fib. Now it's still a 2v2. Bubba trying to, they don't know he's there. Big damage. Oh,
He's taken
turned around by Tickle Monster, and they end up getting that wipe on Diminish again.
Oh my god. What a flick from Tickle Monster. Bubba not able to get that 3 burst that he needed. And now we're going to get a plug over onto C. Akazo going to be setting up yet again with those pyro mines, setting them in that corner, making it really hard, knocking it over and locking this point down with that goo. We're going to see Diminish spawn back in. If I'm not mistaken, they're going to spawn towards that Isolt building, towards that cafeteria. As they do, going to be rotating over, using that jump pad rather early. But I don't know if you're going to want it in this fight. Going to be just dropping this point early from underneath and looking to make a surgery out of this cash out.
Looks like Kazo might be getting caught out here, taking lots of damage. He's desperately trying to goo around himself to keep himself alive so his teammates can come help him, but he ends up going down. It's too late. And then Tickle Monster follows him right behind. Diminish trying to capitalize on these picks as they can, and it looks like Bravado going to opt to just for a full reset there. And Belize says, "Screw it, dude, I'm following you down there." And they're gonna get Belize back up and reset.
That's crazy.
Belize really wanted that kill on his score sheet, I think.
But I think the critical mistake was Akazo just focusing too much on the setup, not really setting up with his team. Maybe that's a team thing, or maybe that was Akazo just playing a little bit too separated, but the disconnect there really put themselves out there. But they still have some time, 45 seconds left on this cash out C. This is going to be for all the marbles in this game that we see. You guys are going to be clawing their way back up. Cafaneo dropping down. Everyone's going to be playing on this low ground. We're shooting this barrel out. We need to get rid of this C4.
Yep, so they know where they're hiding now. They're going to need to get in there. They do not have a lot of time, so they're just going to have to absolutely send this. Akazo's using all of the ammo he possibly can in that goo gun to make as much cover as they can. But there was still another C4 on it and a red barrel, but he's still sticking it, but the damage is too much. He ends up going down, and that is going to be a full 2-0 cash out for Diminish.
Yeah, and no need to go to Fort Citadel. No need to even go closer range. We saw Team Diminish make their way through, and that's going to be fantastic news for them.
Man, I was just about to talk about that too. I was thinking kind of as they plugged it there and see. I don't think they had any other choice because they didn't have a lot of time. But I kind of had a feeling that was going to be a tough point for Goo Guzzlers to control because it's so close range and they really want to be kind of dually and Diminish. I think capitalize on that really well. Like I was talking last match, they come in there explosive and ready to fight, and they're on the hunt. And they just went in there, and once they're in, they're not taking the pressure off. And I just don't think Goo Guzzlers really had enough time to set up. I think it goes both ways, like what you were saying. I think Goo Guzzlers taking too much time to set up and Diminish coming in too quick from them.
Yeah, I agree. And as we see a commanding victory from Diminish, not only a 2-0, but on the scoreboard as well, we do see Tickle Monster and Akazo getting some good kills in that game. It's not going to be over for Goo Guzzlers. They still have more opportunities to be able to qualify in this tournament. But for that being said, we see Team Diminish qualify, if I'm not mistaken, into the season, solidifying their place. And let's take a look at that bracket to confirm that.
Yeah, looks like it's starting to come down to the wire here. A lot of these teams that are coming out of the losers bracket and getting into these next few games, it's all 3v3s from here on out. It's going to start getting a lot more. I don't know if the correct word I'm looking for is competitive, because these games have all been competitive, but it's going to be a lot more. The very specific decision making matters a lot more, I think, in the 3v3s than it does in the 12s.
Exactly. And as we go kind of take a look at the elimination side of things, Desync making their run all the way from that losers elimination section all the way up back into this 3v3. Not sure who they're going to be playing next. However, they've solidified their way out of the elimination side just for a little bit, and now they have to fight yet again. But we do see, because the Google Guzzlers lost against Team Diminished, they're going to be fighting Task Managers, which is going to be yet another hard-fought match. We do have a fantastic team there making their way from the upper side of the bracket all the way through from those cash-out rounds into this 3v3.
Yep, let's see how this team makes it out of there. And as we wait for these next matches to get started here, we are going to go for another quick break, and then we'll be coming right back at you for PHL Season 2.
Welcome back, everybody, to NA Open Qualifiers PHL Season 2. We got a banger of a match. We're following the narrative of Goo Guzzlers, and now they're going to be taking on Task Manager. It's going to be another tough fight in this best-of-3 matchup.
Yeah, man, this tournament has been electric so far. We are just getting started, honestly. And it's just going to keep getting crazier, I think, with these threes. And a lot of these teams coming out of these lower bracket wins just have to just stay locked in the whole time, I guess. I think the matches are just getting crazier and crazier as we go on.
Yeah, exactly. And as we look at these map bans, we see the Goo Guzzlers pick Nozomi Citadel, Task Managers making their way over to Sis Horizon, and Task Managers also winning the coin flip, getting their right to pick Fortune Stadium for that decider map if we do end up going there. But Nozomi Citadel going a little bit against what we've seen from the other teams on this long range bravado, maybe changing it up a little bit on that CB1 repeater. Nozomi Citadel gonna be a little bit more of that close range engagements. We do have some line of sights that are a little bit longer when you're crossing the roads, but overall, those buildings are tight.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out because I think Goo Guzzlers, just because they lost the match doesn't mean that they're a bad team in any means. I mean, those teams were still really close together. It really came down to the wire on both, pretty much every cash out that happened there. So these teams that are going to have to go up against Goo Guzzlers in the losers bracket are still going to have to lock in. And I don't know, they're going to have to adapt as quick as Diminish did to be able to get on top of them and close that gap as quick as they can.
Yeah, exactly. And whoever wins this gets to fight up against the other side of the bracket in a qualification round. But those who are going to be losing these best of threes are going to be fighting their way back up and getting the opportunity to avoid getting knocked out in that elimination round. So this is really going down to the wire, deciding who's going to get that next opportunity to qualify or who's potentially going to be packing their bags and heading home. This is the game that you need to win to get a better opportunity. So without a further ado, I think we're getting loaded up in the game, but we do have a few more things to talk about with these teams and what we've seen. We do see some crazy matchups through and through. And on the other side of the bracket, we have Team D-Sync going to be scraping their way up from that losers bracket, that elimination round, now on equal footing yet again.
That's another crazy thing a crazy thing to see. I mean, talk about D-Sync. They are skating all the way across that lake on the thinnest ice possible and somehow making it all the way through. Let's see if they can keep going. That's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, and as we're booting it into Nozomi Citadel, we're going to have a banger of a match. This is the first game of a best of 3. Very close quarters, a new map. So we'll see how these players have learned to play on this map throughout this past season, going into this new season of the finals as well.
Yeah, I think if the Goo Guzzlers don't really change up their loadouts at all, I think this entire map pretty much kind of works really well for their playstyle as a team.
Yeah, locking down these close range engagements, kind of poking out, trying to stall as much time, and then barricading themselves in, playing time as much as possible. But we do see a great spawn from the Goo Guzzlers, now able to take some early shots as Task Managers make their approach. Look at this little head glitch right here that Wade knows. This is really clean. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to shoot back against that. I mean, what do? You can't really, it's going to take a lot of shots to break that little, what is that, a water tower thing he's hiding behind there. Also, I just want to point out a little bit of a roster change. Digcron coming in to fill in the heavy spot, also running Charge and Slam.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting pick in these 3v3s. Obviously, you want to be on the defensive, but whenever you're running Charge Slam, because you can get guaranteed stops, but attacking is very hard. But as we saw against Ruby Labubu playing Goo Guzzlers in that open qualifier for the major, Charge Slam does counter this Goose Rat. But an early pick coming out with Kazo hitting some great shots on Wade.
Yeah, Kazo able to find Wade's head just a little bit over that head glitch there, and those Deagles putting in a lot of work. Bravado pushing that. He knows he's alone there. He knows he's hurt. Good comms coming out of Goo Guzzlers to finish off that kill there. And now it is only I Love Rice. And they're going to keep backing up, trying to reset here. Wait for their team to come back and coin up. And Goo Guzzlers are in a pretty good spot, starting the timer on this cash out.
Yeah, gonna go now, set up, break that wall so he has an easier time confirming the full surrounding of that goo on that power mine. So gonna be ratting in as task managers make their way in. Bravado's the only one playing up front. Maybe a little bit too much, maybe get caught off guard, but the bridges are up. It'd be rather difficult to make their way over, but the pad comes out. Pickle Monster may have been seen. Will they go push that? No, they're just going to take their way in sweet time, make their way in.
Yeah, they're just going to be crouching around here, using that D-mat to get through the wall, but they are seen as they're coming through there. I Love Rice taking a little bit of damage. Wade taking a lot of damage. They're going to have to get out of here, reposition. But, oh, the Charge and Slam not able to connect. Gets taken out before the Charge and Slam connects. I Love Rice able to get that trade off, though. Now it's a 2v2. The defib's trying to come out here. Not really able to get it. Comes back up. Goo Guzzlers are now all back up. Heal Beam coming out and topping them off. And Task Manager's just trying to get their third member up here. Looks like they finally do, but they're still in a tough spot.
Yeah, about 30 seconds left on this. Akazu's going to set up that second C4 to open up this roof so he can play this high ground slowly. But Dikron, using that RPG, finds Akazu. Akazu escapes, going to get chased down using that goo, but Bravado now becomes the target. Bravado drops down, and we're going to be chasing after Akazu. Akazu at 1 HP. Pickle Monster getting a great pick, but now in a 2v1 scenario, Wade's pushing up high. Going to get that damage and take out Viper. And it looks like they're going to get
not a lot of time on it, though, but they do get it at the last second. Task Managers able to get in there and get that box.
Yeah, as they get that box, holding their chins up high, a little bit of a boost of confidence going into this next vault. Going to have the ability to push up.
Yeah, I like the play from Task Managers there. Once they kind of on the same boat as what Diminish was doing, they're staying on the hunt once they get that pick because they really don't want to give Goo Guzzlers any time to get the rest of their team back up. I do like the play from Akazo, though, jumping out that back window. Almost worked out in his favor.
Yeah, the issue is once you goo cocoon yourself up, the person next to you becomes target number one. You're just buying too much time. It needs to be a little bit more coordinated with the entire team.
Yeah, I also love the sticker choice on his bananas there. That little guy dancing. I kind of want to say that's how Sensoyo looks in real life with how tall he is. And I mean that completely as a compliment because that thing's got moves. Look at that.
Thank you. I mean, we're going in for a flank right here. I Love Rice taking some big damage. Does get out of there with that goo. Gonna make their escape. Dome going down. Wade, I Love Rice almost getting dropped down, but they rotate out. Akazo looking aggressively, trying to find any remnants of anyone trailing behind.
Yeah, and look at that. The team synergy there with the D-mat and the goo to get that little head peek there. I love the way they're working together with both of those specializations. But now they're just trying to get out and get this box moving. They're taking a lot of damage here. Bravado is still kind of stuck by himself, not able to get out of there. Wade chases him down and gets that pick. Now Akazo and Tickle Monster are just going to try to move this box as fast as they can. Task Managers are still on the hunt. Let's see if they can catch up to it before they get this plug.
Yeah, and now we're just waiting for the coin. Bravado, 10 seconds left. They go for the plug. That is unusual choice, in my opinion, because now they're at a 2v3 with 6 seconds left on this coin. Akazo gonna get caught off guard, gonna try and buy his time, goo everything up, and buy the space, use the goo. But Bravado pointing back in, now in control. C4 Pyromines on this, but not enough coverage. That glitch gonna stop him. Gonna go for that steal, but he's gonna have to use another glitch, otherwise I Love Rice is probably gonna drop that right there, as you just saw. No second glitch coming out. What are we doing? We need to stop that, but now you're going down a man. And Akazo sitting pretty, feeling good about that Pyromine.
Yeah, and that is really where the Goo Guzzlers team comp really comes in to shine right there. Digron coming in with the charge and slam, but it's not enough. Ends up going down. Now it's only Wade trying his best in a 1v3, but he ends up finally going down. And it's crazy. The risky play of plugging early ends up working out for him. And I think that's where their team comp really helps, because they go in there. There's only 2 of them. Wade's ends up finding Ikazo, but he ends up getting out of there spewing goo behind him, and they can't catch up to him. They end up living and stalling enough for their 3rd member to come back up and keep that point.
Yeah, and that C4 power mine just doing so much damage. They could have gotten the steal if they threw a second glitch. One glitch is not enough to deny that steal unless you time it after the steal starts going through. You need to kind of pace it out. But Ikazo, maybe it may have been privy to that and ended off early.
Yep, but there's still a little bit of time left on this box, enough time for task managers to steal, and they're going straight for it. But again, with the mines and the C4 combo, they're in a lot of trouble here, taking a lot of damage, and they do not have a lot of time on this, and they're going to end up going down. RPG a little bit too close to Digron, ends up getting himself in the blast a little bit. And the quick scope Peter to finish off Wade from Bravado.
Yeah, that's going to be task managers down, evening things up on the Zombie Citadel, going down to the wire. Last cash out left. We see the Goo Guzzlers kind of leading the scoreboard in terms of kills, but that first fight, man, I mean, wow, what a retake from task managers on that initial cash box, but Goo Guzzlers ultimately holding it down in the second cash out.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's still completely anybody's game here. I think task managers, I don't think they want to make the mistake of letting Goo Guzzlers plug the box again to get that set up, because it just puts them in so much of an advantage when all they have to do is stall and play time, because their entire kit is kind of built for that.
TP right into task managers. Task managers take the box and run. They scare them away from the gateway. They're coming out from highway robbery. As Ikazo lingers far behind, Bravado and Tickle Monster kind of playing up ahead. Wade getting great shots on Tickle Monster, ends up getting another shot on him. Now a tricky situation. Bravado finds the kill, the 2-shot Peter, taking out Wade. Digron also in a terrible position, sitting in his dome, but maybe takes out Ikazo, or takes out a Bravado, but doesn't find that finishing blow. Rice sitting up on this high ground, just gonna fake the death.
Yeah, Digron ended up getting glitched there, not able to use that charge and slam to get out of there. But now it's going to be Goo Guzzlers again plugging this box, which is going to put them in, I think, a pretty big advantage, honestly, with how their team comp is set up. Even more so than normal.
Cosmo already there, setting up what he needs to set up. Viper, you go grab the box. I'll set up the point. Spick and spam, you know, tire knots.
Yeah, and now all they have to do is just play time. It's just going to come down to time at this point. But task managers hopping right on top of them. They're going to need to stay on the hunt here and try to get down Bravado. They're getting out there. We got Digron kind of playing off his team underneath, trying to see if anybody drops down into his sights. He really wants to get that charge and slam off on somebody, but they just can't seem to connect with anybody. They're just getting kited around, but hiding in the little desk underneath there ends up getting seen at the last second, and Viper goes down. They're going to break those mines in C4 and see if they can hop on this point.
Oh my god, hiding under the desk. I'm not sure what he wanted to achieve there. Surrounding.
He looked like he almost walked by him too. It almost worked out.
But during that steal, Bravado gonna get a pick, evening things up. Ikazo gonna now taking some damage and taking some pressure away as Tickle Monster gets rezzed up. Rice falling to Ikazo during that interaction. Now it's gonna be a wipe coming out. Tickle Monster getting the wipe, the final kill on Wade.
And it looks like the building doesn't want them to get this swap back in their favor, because it is still falling on top of their head as they're trying to get this swap here. But they do get it.
Love the new destruction.
This is
What the heck is going on? This building is going down. I wish I got a live view of this. I'm sure it's crazy. Look at this.
Wow. This is going to make it even tougher for Task Manager to get in there.
Task Manager trying to weave their way through this maze. The goo not really holding in, but Riot's gonna hop on it last second. Yeah. Does end up dying to the fire, and Ikazo to getting taken out, but there's gonna be no time in this burning building, going down, falling over and over again. A demolition coming out.
Man, I did you? I don't know how you feel about that, but I wonder if with the new destruction mechanics, I wonder if that's almost like a pseudo nerf to charge and slam there, because it kind of worked in Goo Guzzler's favor when he charges through all those walls and the entire building starts falling down.
I think the new destruction mechanic generally works pretty well, but I think there's still a couple breakpoints that are just too easy to dismantle the entire buildings. I know of a few spots on Seoul. I guess now we know a new spot on Adobe Citadel where the whole building can just crumble just like that. So, I mean, Goo Guzzlers taking the W, now taking a 1-0 lead. Going into Sis Horizon, they're feeling pretty confident, but those fights going back and forth, I do think this is going to be a very difficult fight, even still having that advantage.
Yeah, I want to see how task managers ends up adapting here, because I think, kind of the same thing that happened with Diminish. Once you kind of feel how that team comp works, and you see it in action, you got to kind of make some adjustments, because they realize that if they let even one person get away, they're gone. They're not catching up to them again. And even if you do, you're getting goo in your face and you're going to get blocked off and you're going to have to find ways to catch up to them. So we'll see if they make any changes in the loadouts or just kind of their play style.
Yeah, I really don't think you're going to allow Goo Guzzlers to set up on defense. That's really where they have the most advantageous position. Setting up the Pyromine, setting up the C4, all the goo surrounding that makes it really hard to steal. As we saw Rice getting demolished by that C4 Pyromine combo, I do think there's a little bit of small mistakes coming out from task managers. I think they have a great opportunity to take this game, especially on this Horizon, a little bit more balanced, but it's going to have to come to cleaning up and adapting just small little mistakes to take the win.
Yeah. And here we go into map 2. Goo Guzzler starting with the lead in this best of 3. We'll see where it goes from here.
Yeah, we see a little bit of a change up. Rice swapping away from that DMAT onto the heel beam. Going to be offering a little bit more support, I think. Going to be looking to poke a little bit more than rotate around and keep their team out of harm's way.
Yeah, I agree. And Dikron swapping to the winch and the BFR, which is the second time we've seen BFR today, which is kind of surprising to me. I thought we were going to see a lot more of it. This is only the second time. But I do really agree with the heel beam swap, because I think even before, when DMAT was like way more meta than it is now, Goo has kind of always been almost a direct counter to DMAT, because you can't DMAT through Goo. So I really like that heel beam change.
Yeah, I think this is a great pick, especially with the weapon. Everything is going to kind of fall together with their composition. Now, just going to be routing around. Both teams not want to touch this box, using it as bait. But it looks like task managers are going to be in the better position with the cash outs to their back. That's going to offer them the advantage of pacing and just waiting. Tickle Monster looking for that off angle as Bravado may get pulled up on right here. Going to take some shots. An RPG comes out hitting a Kazo and Bravado, but Akazo getting a pick on Rice and Bravado getting taken out as well. It's just going to be Tickle Monster left in a 2v1. Not going to be able to do anything but wait.
Yeah, huge damage coming out of the RPG BFR combo there. I like how he had some trigger discipline on that winch there and opted for RPG on both of them instead of winching one away and potentially one of them getting out of there. But looks like task managers are going to rotate that box out. Tickle Monster is going to be able to reset his team here. And task managers starting on the defensive this time.
Yeah, this is going to be a great situation. Not sure if they're going to do any winch setup or pull this out. They're just going to let this sit and set up on this high ground, play their range to their advantage, but Akaza's already going to get some great damage on Rice. That BFR taking out Bravado, getting separated by that goo. Not sure if that was his own goo or someone else's, but now Tickle Monster just walking up, and he's trying to stall some time. Goo comes out, is buying as much time as he can. He's sitting there, we're healing up. Tickle Monster finally going down after they bought so much time. Task managers, great stagger, great awareness, knowing that they can just out-heal everything.
Yeah, I agree. Great play from task manager there. That buys them a lot of time on this cash out. And it looks like they are adapting it in both the loadout and the play style on Goo Guzzlers. They know they do not want to give them any time to set up, and there's so much burst damage coming out of the BFR, and he really can play aggro with that heal beam there, and then Wade is there just to clean up any damage that BFR puts into him.
Yeah, Yeah, Wade is extremely good at playing those off angles, and now that you have two long-range weapons shooting down at you, it's going to be hard to keep track of those off angles. But we're going to be going in. Akazo's going to be trying to drop this down, force him in, and goo up the hole that they are going on. But Wade getting taken out by Viper. Bravado now under heavy fire, gets taken out by that BFR. And now we're in a 2v2. Rice at one bar, going to be going in. Akazo's going to try and find that headshot winch. Melee combo comes out. Akazo's in big trouble as Tickle Monster gets taken out as well. Bravado gets that res back up, and it's still a 2v3, just holding this, buying their time. Tickle Monster doing so great, but an RPG comes out. Dicron RPG's Rice, not getting much value out of that, and goes down. It still comes out. And it looks like Goo Guzzler's gonna take this first box.
Wow, great fight from Goo Guzzlers there. Started off in Task Manager's favor, but Goo Guzzlers able to turn that fight around and take that box at the very last second. And now we're going on to Vault 2.
Vault 2 gonna get an early tap from Tickle Monster as soon as it's ready to go. But the Task Managers do spawn in, are gonna have an opportunity to contest this because they get a really good spawn over on that tall glass building. Now, just vying for position. Tickle Monster gonna be playing this high ground as Wade gets found. Not gonna be taken out though, but takes big, heavy damage. Looks like Akazo now under the fire. Bravado taking big damage as well. Looks like a skirmish is coming out.
Yeah, and it looks like Tickle Monster really trying to find an off angle there to hope if anybody pushes, he's going to have that covered for his team. But Task Manager is playing really conservative here, not pushing. They're just going to take these duels from afar there. So unfortunately, Tickle Monster doesn't really get any value out of that flank that he was trying to get off there. Rice is really playing with their life right now, trying to get some pokes in at 1 HP, but Tickle Monster ends up going down. He ends up getting caught out. That BFR putting in so much damage. The Goo comes out, blocks that RPG. Digcron ends up dropping himself. They're going to try to chase down Guzzlers as they are trying to get the rest of their team back up. Huge RPG damage, but the heal beam's trying to go in, but it's not enough. Tickle Monster still goes down again. Now they have no fib and no light as they're getting ran down by Task Managers, and they're going to try to clean this up. Akazo's still alive, though. He might be trying to play his life so they can wait for that reset, but nope, he's just going to kill himself on a pyro mine and get that reset for his team, which I think is a pretty safe play.
Yeah, I think that's a really good play because the box hasn't even been tapped yet. The tap finally comes out of the way of Task Managers, and in this fight, it looks like the Task Managers are really just cleaning up shop with more kills than the Goo Guzzlers, but unfortunately, kills don't win games, folks. You're going to have to play the objective, and Goo Guzzlers taking that first cash out now gets the opportunity to push, but the early plug comes out that gateway using some great pace, getting some great pace for Task Manager.
Yeah, and it really goes to show, like, kind of piggybacking off the point you were just making about the scoreboard. Goo Guzzlers, you really got to get a full team wipe on them to get any value off because they just have so much salt in their kit. If you get one pick, they're just going to keep running around until they can get reset up again. But Task Managers does have the high ground here, and no winch on the side of Guzzlers to move this box, so they're just going to figure out how to deal with it. But Wade putting in lots of damage there with that ARN. Guzzler's trying to find a way around this. Deagle's coming out. Wade kind of caught out there trying to get an off angle. And now he's stuck in between a crossfire there. Ends up getting taken out. And they did get this box in a pretty good spot just by dropping it over there. They're going to try to stick this with all the goo in the cover as much as he possibly can. RPG trying to come out, but it doesn't end up breaking all that goo. They do get that swap off.
Yeah, and now that setup is already put on that cash out. Not looking good for Task Managers. Wade does get that reset. That fib comes out, and now he's back up. Wade drops down instantly from Akazo. Akazo gets that re-kill on that fib, but Akazo taking some big damage from that BFR. They need a pick right here, right now, if they want to swing this fight around. A wipe would be detrimental.
Yeah, this could still go either way, but it's definitely heavily in the favor of Guzzlers right now just because of the way that their comp is set up. And Wade is still down. I don't know if they're going to be able to go for that body. I believe it might have dropped all the way down. So they're just going to have to wait for him to coin up, which costs them even more time here. They're going to break that, try to get the winch back up, but it still falls down. Go ahead, Soil.
to try and whinge that fireball over right into their faces. I don't know if he thought that one through, but he knows he has to get on this. He knows he has to get a steal. He's on it, but that goo comes out and stalls multiple times. Rice does hop on it, maybe in time, but that goo comes out yet again, and it looks like Goo Guzzlers making their way up into that qualifying match. Gonna make sure they don't get put in that elimination match in that lower side of the bracket. Big win from Goo Guzzlers, taking a 2-0 victory from Taskmaster.
Yeah, Goo Guzzlers are just looking so locked in, just as a team in general. You can tell just by watching them that the comms are really smooth in their team channel there, because they play so well together. Even just earlier, I was commenting on how they're using that DMAT and the Goo to find a different different places to peak, and just using their specializations is what I'm trying to say. And it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, and the scoreboard again does not tell the story of the game. We see Task Managers kind of popping off a little bit harder than the Goo Guzzlers, but just the strategy of the Goo and the defensive setup is just so strong. Very hard to break through if you don't take that out very quickly.
Yeah, it just goes to show, like I was talking about earlier, you really got to get that team wipe as fast as you possibly can on Goo Guzzlers, because once they have control of that box, it's really hard to get rid of them, because it's like, even when they're solo, they just have so much options to stall that box. Even if they're not all together up as a team, they have so many different ways that they can stall that box. So
yeah,
it's a
I
tough
agree.
team to
They
fight
have
against.
so many ways to stall that box. We didn't see much of that Goo Gun being used to stall. Generally, they use that Pyromines, but in that last game, coming out in full force for that last second steal.
Yeah, and even not just stalling the box, but stalling their lives too, with how much the
Yeah.
Goo Gun comes in handy with just giving himself free. He can have free cover whenever he wants it, basically, with that thing.
Yeah,
So
I think that plays to the advantage of not getting team wiped. A lot of the times they get it, they get picked, and because they're so close together, they're able to grab the body. And as they grab the body, Akazu's already gooing up the barricade right in front of their faces, allowing their team to get that reset. So the Goo really proving valuable, not only for resets, for stalls, for defense, really showing its way out in this meta, and maybe a slept on pick.
yeah, he is definitely showing you that Goo Gun to definitely work if you know how to work around it. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the bracket here and see how some of the other teams are holding up.
Yeah, now as we look at the bracket, Goo Guzzlers should be up in that 3v3 qualifier match as you bear with us. So we'll get that fixed up. But that being said, the winner of One Bust and Desync will be able to fight against Goo Guzzlers. Not sure of their experience against Goo Gun. Not many people have experience against Goo Gun entirely. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they play up against this defensive setup, if they understand that the vault fights are extremely important against this team. But on the other side of the bracket, Task Managers drops down to that elimination match best of 3. Going to be a very tough climb back up, because they also have to fight the loser of One Bust and Desync. One Bust kind of making their journey all the way through that upper half of the bracket, doing pretty well. And now Desync also, as we said before, making their way all the way through that elimination side of the bracket, scraping back up and clawing their way back up into this game.
Yeah, I can only imagine how the nerves are feeling on both of those teams right now, because they have worked so hard to get all the way through these games, and it's still, they're both skating on thin ice. So we'll see who ends up going into this. But
Yeah,
Goo Guzzlers, like we've said, they secured their spot, and we're going to go ahead and go to a break as we wait for One Bust and Desync to finish off their game and see who goes up against Task Managers.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be hopping in a quick game with Desync up 1-0 currently against Team Bust, if I'm not mistaken. Going into this, going into this game, Team Desync is up 1-0, so we're going to hop in to this match.
Let's get it. Let's peep it. Let's see what's going on.
And here we go. This is going to be a best of 3. The other side of the bracket going into this match, not sure exactly what these teams will be running. We do see Onyx Graves running Winch, and this is going to be against 6 Horizon. And both teams generally on the meta picks, but we do see Holy Ghost on that DMAT. Let's see how they play to their strengths in this match on 6 Horizon. One does get tapped right away. Some early damage comes out from him.
Yeah, Impu doing a lot of damage there to Holy Ghost, but he is able to make it away with their life. Let's see here, though. RPG break open the wall. Onyx really wants to get in there. Both heavies actually running BFR, so we can see a very bursty fights going on here. One shot, and that light is 2 bars. Boom! Holy Ghost goes down that BFR 500 Magnum, putting in work, tossing out that dome shield. Gets nulled, though, as she hops right into that dome shield. But one still not able to do much with that, and she turns around, gets that kill over on the cow, and that is a team wipe on one bust.
Yeah, not sure how useful that nullifier is. It's very tough to use to its advantage. It's really situational, I feel like. But the one thing that it can be used for is that minigun, as we kind of saw potentially being played out earlier in the bracket with Ruby Labubu playing minigun, playing those mind games. But that being said, we do see Team Desync gonna get the plug on this, and now sitting on this satellite head glitch, some great shots come out from Unfortunate, kind of tagging, keeping them at bay.
Yeah, it's so much damage here coming out of the FAMAS and the BFR. It's going to be a tough position for one bus to cross over here onto this point. They're going to have to figure something out because they need to get moving or something because they are all hurt and they're just sitting there regen, and they do not have a heal beam on that side. All they got is that H+ diffuser. But Holy Ghost and Jordo do a little bit more damage back to them, though, because they also got a BFR on that side. Unfortunate coming out with the heal beam, though. One bus not moving, but it doesn't matter. They still get the pick. The BFR going out on Unfortunate. Now there's chance to cross. Here comes the gateway. Whole team moving over, trying to capitalize on that pick. And here comes the DMAC coming into play.
Onyx Graves does end up getting that res on Unfortunate. Going to be moving back in, defending their cash out. I'm surprised one bus didn't go in for that force on that situation when they had the advantage. Very hard to find this team as they ran away, but Imp going to be looking to rotate over as Onyx Graves and Unfortunate trying to kite away. Getting pretty far away from their cash out. Tough, a force comes out. Will they be able to get the stop? We see that goo is going to be coming down to protect it. T-Mac comes out perfectly timed, dropping that point out and making their escape.
Wow, yeah, one bus able to capitalize. I think you're correct. I think Desync got a little too far away from that point. Onyx tries to drop in and get this kill. She does end up getting it, but it gets traded immediately. Now it's a 2v2. Unfortunate ends up getting that fib up, so now it's a 2v2. Sorry, correct me. And they're going to try to break that C4. Box going back down, and Desync is going to try to take this back. They don't have a lot of time, though. And the Goostall ends up coming out. Goostall and Nullifier ends up coming out. And one bus is actually going to take this first box.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of having that Nullifier. Both of them did jump in. One of them Goostalled. The cash out kind of flung based off the explosive physics of that goo. And that Nullifier coming out to stall yet again. Fantastically used of their utility. Even without their heavy, they're able to stall with such presence.
Yeah, I got to say, that is not at all how I thought that cash out was going to go. I mean, it looked like it was taking forever for one bus to cross. And I thought Desync kind of had that in the bag. But one bus able to get that pick with the BFR across over there. And Desync got a little too far away trying to get their third member back up.
And now vying for Vault 2, one bus playing on this high ground. Shots come out from Graves looking for their heads. Going to be using this goo to create a little bit of a head glitch on this wall. Both teams not wanting to tap this vault, looking for any sort of advantage they can find.
I'm impressed with how patient One Bust is and the way they're playing. This is not something we've seen from other teams today, I think.
Some early shots out. Cow goes down. Unfortunate. Does find the pick. We're going to be pushing up. Graves getting some headshots off onto Jordo. And now a reset comes out. Goo comes out, but the Goo blocking up his teammate in a great counter position. And get some shots in their backs. And as they do, it's the team wipe.
Yep, unfortunately, the patience ends up not paying off. And once they got collapsed on, they had nowhere else to go. So now Desync is going to have enough time to kind of dictate where this box goes now. The gateway is going to end up coming out. They're going to plug this over here in Charlie. And we'll see where we go from there.
Going to be grabbing this point, rotating over to C. Gets that plug, dunks it in. Now going to be rotating up to this glass high ground. We see One Bust. Gonna rotate in from that big pad position. This Goo offering them so much height on this point.
Yeah, this is going to be scary walking into with 93R and FAMAS and BFR. I mean, they just got a straight line down to the top of their heads. We'll see how One Bust kind of gets around this if they can.
Not sure how this is going to play out. Whether or not this is more advantageous. Probably just, honestly, it's probably a pretty good play because if that team peeks and looks for them on that high ground, they're not going to see them at all.
Yeah, this is a really tough one to push into as well too, because in DMAT you can only do so much with, you know, dematting the top of a floor down and padding up there, but that top area there you can't really demat those walls. So they're gonna have to find a different way up there. They know they're there. They just need to figure out how they're gonna get up there.
Cashbox is dropped down. Gonna force Desync off that high ground. I do believe, unfortunately, it's dropped off. Looking at an off angle. This position's pretty good at stealing points, especially in this, having the DMAT to their advantage. Gonna open and close that. It'll be very tough for them to find an angle to stop this. No C4 gonna open that up. They're gonna commit to stealing it. He drops it multiple times. Getting a little bit spooked. Sees the Holy Ghost himself and does get that flip. And now rotating out, using that gateway to find their position, that glitch, not finding anyone.
I'm surprised Desync didn't get in there faster. I don't know if the RPG and the C4 didn't really open anything up, but they couldn't find a red barrel, but they're just going to hop right back on it. They winched the wrong person. Goo comes out to try to block it, but they still end up getting them off. And they are still trying to get this take, but the BFR is so much damage. 2 headshots, and Onyx Graves ends up going down. And now it's a 2v2. They don't have a lot of time here. They end up getting the wipe, but it doesn't matter. One Bust actually ends up taking the game 1-1.
Wow, and now we're going to a game 3, 1-1. One Bust versus Desync. Not sure what the final map will be in this deciding game, but this is for all the marbles. Who gets to fight who up in the qualifying game, and who's going to be vying for their spot in that elimination game?
I'm so curious as to what happened on that last box there. I wish there was like a listen in we could do with the team's comms and kind of figure out what was going through their heads there and how were they made. It looked like you said, they might have missed a C4. They blew up the wrong floor, and then I don't know, they just didn't want to use their RPG, I guess, because maybe they wanted it for the fight and just didn't have a way to get in there. So it just came right into One Bust, and they ended up stalling until they got the point.
Yeah, honestly, it looked like a little bit of a game of chicken because Holy Ghost hopped on that box like 3 times before actually committing the steal. And scared of that C4, ready to back out as soon as the C4 explosion went off. Didn't break the floor, but scared Holy Ghost, made him pale and dropped that box. He had to commit to it again, but yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication. That DMAT, as I kind of called out earlier in the fight, hard to push that point without DMAT. That's kind of stuck in a nook.
Yeah, and we'll see where we're going here. I'm not sure yet which map we're going to for the third game. We're going to Nozomi Citadel. So it's honestly hard to say which way it's going to go. It's tied up now, and it could be still any team's game. I don't know. Do you think they keep the BFRs on this map, considering how close range this map can get?
I think Honest Graves is going to stick with that BFR. She usually plays that CB1 repeater and has gotten phenomenal.
And she's got the aim for it.
And Kovac, so her aim is really in her prime right now. So I've seen some fantastic stuff. It seems like D-Sync is winning these fights a little bit more handedly, but that DNAT offering kind of that X factor for one bus. And now we got another thing to worry about, that invis coming after Cow.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in the invis swap here. Let's see how he makes it work out, I guess. All right, both teams kind of spawn complete opposite sides of the map. They're trying to go in towards the vault here. One bus was able to spot D-Sync here. A little bit of healing coming out on the Jordo there. Looks like they are still running the BFR. I think both heavies still running the BFR. Holy Ghost getting a little bit of damage off.
Some early shots, and now
going down.
Holy Ghost is now maybe in trouble. Gonna make his escape, use that goo to break some line of sight as an RPG comes out. Jordo finds a winch to follow it up, doesn't get the follow-up shot, and it ends up, it looks like, unfortunately, he's gonna be able to make his escape, using that goo to his advantage. Impew now on the chase, getting chased away, makes his way up into that second floor above them, finally escaping.
Wow, I can't believe nobody on D-Sync went down there, and unfortunate, real quick reflexes on the goo there to save his life after getting winched. But they are still kind of in a standoff here. Holy Ghost taking a lot of damage again, and he's got the angle down there with that DMAT. Both of them 1 HP. Jordo gets healed up a little bit. Holy Ghost trying to make it out of there. They don't have a heal beam, remember, on that team. Jordo ends up going down. Holy Ghost is going to follow him, it looks like. Yep, and now there's only one left, and they do get that team wipe. D-Sync able to dictate where this box gets plugged now.
Gonna plug it over on to B. This high ground is gonna be exactly what they need to rain hell upon their enemies. Gonna be able to winch this off and set up nicely if they do want to winch it out into the alleyway. Not sure if that's gonna be their strategy.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll see how they end up working this here. D-Sync on the defense again. D-Sync, it seems like their comms might be a little out of sync, but we'll see if they can put it together here, because they've plugged a lot of these boxes. They just don't end up keeping them till the end.
30 seconds in, now using that DMAT to drop that box down into that stairwell. The C4 comes off rather early, but D-Sync's in a great position to hold this, ready to jump in right on that opening, get that winch. As they do, Onyx goes for it, but they try and get the counter winch. He winches the box instead. Big shots coming out with that big iron. Will he be able to get the pick? Impew putting the pressure down.
There it is. There's the comms syncing up right there. They immediately collapse on that together and end up picking Holy Ghost before he's able to get out of there. Jordo, unfortunately, winches the box instead of the player. And they both end up going down. Cow is still alive, though. He's going to try to play. He doesn't have a lot of time to play with here, though.
It's imperative that he doesn't die. He needs his team to coin in. He needs to escape the pressure. And Pew jumping up. A little bit of time left on that invis. Sees unfortunate, making the calls out for his team. A little over 10 seconds left on his invis, but does go for that shot. Invis now regenning. Going to be playing this high ground of his team.
Yeah, I like that goo from Unfortunate there. He knows that he just needs to play cover here. A lot of time gets winched over. They're going to have to go for this. Here comes all of D-Sync coming in with a big RPG to blow up Cow. Holy Ghost is 1 HP. Jordo ends up gets winched off straight to his death. And that first point is going into D-Sync's favor.
And this is a huge advantage going into this game 3. Winning that first box is imperative for their success and confidence going to this Vault 2. Could be the last box of this match. Will Bus be able to take it back, or will D-Sync continue this momentum moving forward?
Yeah, I don't want to completely write off one bus yet, because this game could still go either way. It does seem like these teams are pretty close together in terms of skill. But D-Sync looks like they're locking in a little bit more. I think their mistakes from the last game kind of rattled them a little bit. And it just seems like they're a lot more decisive on their movements now than they were before.
Gonna get caught off guard, but some big damage coming out. Holy Ghost gonna back up and force to stay away, but tries to reach out. Unfortunate now on the short end of the stick there.
Yep, and D-Sync is just kind of on the back foot now, just trying to get their health back, and One Bus is on the hunt. They're trying to push him out, but they might be walking straight into a trap. All three of them waiting there on that goo. All it takes is one winch, but Jordo getting a lot of damage, ends up getting dropped. He's stuck down there by himself now. Ends up making it back up to his team. Cow's going to get a little bit of healing off. They're still just kind of in a standoff here, but that wall ends up getting broken. Holy Ghost taking a lot of damage. Now, BFR trade, Graves kind of has the advantage over on D-Sync because she's just going to get healed up by Unfortunate, but the winch coming in. Not able to connect after him. The melee from Holy Ghost, Onyx Graves ends up coming down. And now it's and D-Sync ends up just falling as they were finally able to break through their defenses.
Falling one by one like chess pieces right there. Huge winch from Onyx Graves, but didn't really end up in her favor, pulling Holy Ghost into a bad position, isolating a fight. Not enough damage to out TTK with that BFR.
Yeah, that is the big disadvantage to the BFR there. If you miss even one shot, you get heavily punished.
And now spawning back in, making their approach over to cash out A. This high ground going to be difficult, but no winch or setup comes out from One Bus. Just going to lock down that C4 drop, I imagine, as Cow, look at Cow sitting up on that podium. Invis just watching and waiting, looking at him. He gets an early pick. Wow, what a patience.
Yeah. And we were talking about earlier how he's going to make that Invis come into play, and that's exactly how he's going to do it. He's going to get as high up as he can, get as much view as he can, and just sit there and wait like a hawk, and ends up catching Impu completely unaware, and ends up blasting him with that 93R.
Onyx Graves and Unfortunate just buying their time, waiting for this coin, just going to make their way up in this building silently, crouch walking around, playing a little bit of hide and seek. They do take some shots, knocking down that C4. Great move ahead, and now it forces Jordan to move out of position just a little bit to set up another C4.
Yep, and Impu is now making his way back. They're going to go pad up, but One Bus has already dropped down a level. They see them. They're trying to catch up with them. They need to get these picks in so that they can hop on this point. But One Bus doing a really good job at rotating around and playing their time. D-Sync needs to connect with somebody now. They finally found them. They know where they are. They're going to try to get in here. But it kind of backfires a little bit. Onyx taking a whole bunch of damage and immediately going down. They do end up getting Holy Ghost, but huge damage coming out of One Bus. They were all in there ready for that collapse, and ends up wiping D-Sync and taking this second box. It is now coming up to a tiebreaker cash out.
Yeah, it's just going down to the wire. Everyone's backs are going to be against the wall. The final cash out deciding it all in this match. Who will go up to face in that qualifying round, and who will be going down into that elimination round?
Yeah, let's see how this plays out. I mean, nerves are definitely high. I can feel it through the screen here from both of these teams, because one little mistake and it could cost them the entire game. Lots of damage coming out from the BFRs here. Gets gooed off. They need to try to break through here. Impu getting a lot of damage down on Holy Ghost. Holy Ghost ends up going down. Big RPG, and Jordo ends up following suit. Now it's only Cow. Needs one more shot from the BFR, and he does end up going down, so they get that wipe on the One Bus. D-Sync now going to go try to tap this box and get it moving.
Yeah, great damage coming out. Initial damage. Red Barrel kind of displaces them, dropping them down alongside that RPG. Dome placement perfect, but Cow went for that nullifier instead of going for that final kill shot. The comms not being very fluid there. If they called out, maybe it would have been a 1v1 scenario instead of going for that nullifier.
Yep, I love this, opening up the wall here with some C4. They're going to move this cash out. Doesn't quite go where they want it to, though, so they're going to have to spend a little bit more time setting up this box. But they don't have a lot of time, because One Bus is back up and ready to go. Already Red Barrel in hand. They're going to make their way over there and see how they can breach. Impu with pretty good position there, trying to watch one of the directions at which they can attack. They know he's there, so they're going to open that up. Yep, they're going to move him off of that position and take that height. I like this play.
Impu backing up. D-Sync just kiting away. Gonna be waiting for this drop to happen. It's in a pretty good position to play that drop. but it's still not out in the streets, which makes it a little bit more vulnerable to their DMAT and dropping it, knocking it back close to that building.
Yeah, I
Not
like this
much you
play with the
need to
goo
winch it in.
here. I agree, and I like this play with the goo here. I'm just confused as why they opted to open up the wall with the C4 and not the DMAT, but I guess because they wanted Cow to stay there and keep an eye on it, which I kind of like that. Both dome shields going out. Don't really get any value, though. Cow desperately trying to get out. He was found, but they do grab his body real quick, and they reposition with that gateway. But Desync in a really good spot right now with a pick, and still time on their favor.
Going to look for that reset. Desync in a great position, as you said. Now rotating yet again. They do find him. A BFR shot hits, unfortunate. Looking for that second follow-up. Honest Graves now maybe on the short end of an RPG. Does take that damage. Trying to get that hole. Gets winched away. Great winch and a goo kind of blocks her in. Will they get the kill? Does get the kill on Honest Graves.
No.
Now, Holy Ghost goes down. 2v2 situation. They're going to have to force this point, but there's no way. No way for Jordan to regroup with his team. He's going to hop on it instantly. He needs to get on this. You need to hold that right now, but no, he does not.
Wow.
He goes for the shots instead, and it looks like Desync takes it in this game, in this best of 3, 2-1.
Sheesh. Wow, that was not how I thought it was going to go, but it was crazy to watch. I'm surprised Holy Ghost ended up trying to go for the steal while they knew that they got that winch over on Onyx Ghost. I think that goo was from Unfortunate trying to save her from the winch. Unfortunately, a little bit late on the timing and accidentally got her killed, but they were in good position to turn around and kill the Holy Ghost on that steal there.
Yeah, I do think that fight, just small little changes in how they approached that, could have swung that entirely in the favor of one bust, but Desync single-handedly holding it down.
Wow, yeah, Desync able to make it through another lower bracket 3v3, and they are just holding on by the skin of their teeth through the rest of this, and they still got another match to go.
Yeah, and now they get to fight their way in a qualifying match for the first time in this bracket. So they got to make this count. They have 2 more games left in the rest of this tournament. 1 opportunity to qualify here, and then the next game going to be going up against the players and teams from last PHL. So it's going to be quite difficult to win a match against them. So winning it here is very important.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy match to watch. I mean, I kind of want to keep rooting for Desync. I mean, I love an underdog, and they are just making their way all the way up there, and they're locking in. I mean, obviously everybody wants this, but man, they are making it work, and it is really fun to watch. How do you think these next matches are going to play out? Do you think there's going to be any loadout changes from Desync? Do you think they're going to just try to lock in with what they got?
I think they're going to generally lock in with what they got, but I really do think that this is going to come down to how much experience you have fighting Akazo. It's such a different play style than what you're used to fighting. So if Akazo really locks it down, they do get those vault fights. Even if they win half their vault fights and capitalize on their defensive setup, it could be difficult for Desync to make the push beyond. But I do have the belief that they have the experience to put up a good fight against Akazo's team.
Yeah, I agree. I honestly think that let's take a look at the bracket here real quick. But I think that the BFR is going to work really good against the goo, because you don't have a lot of time with how much burst damage is coming out there to really put up the goo to defend yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And up on the upper side, as we were talking, it's going to be Goo Guzzlers versus Desync for that qualifying round. The loser of that is going to have to go down and fight the relegation teams, either Fire Strays or Steppers. But on that elimination game, as we see Task Managers versus One Bust getting their final opportunity to make their way and claw their way into a qualifying game.
Yep. And I'm excited to see where it goes from here out. Remember, guys, it is a $1,500 cash prize right now, but all subs and bits go to this prize pool.
Yeah, the prize pool is going to be growing throughout the season, so I'm excited to see kind of where that goes. But as we said for this next match, we're going to hit you with a very, very short break. But welcome back, everybody. We're going to be cutting into the match very soon. The lobby has already been made. We're going to be going to Nitzomi Citadel on the first match. Cis Horizon being our second map, and for the decider, Fortune Stadium. Relatively even maps. We have been seeing that preference for those three maps as we get into these games closer to the end of the bracket. I think a lot of these players running the Titans, kind of an interesting pick to go to the zone. What do you think, Fred?
Yeah, you know, kind of coming back to what we were talking about before the break here, I think some people will say that BFR is a bad pick against the goo gun because it's going to block too many shots, but I think it might be a hot take. I think it's a good pick against it because I think you can get a lot of damage off before he can react in time, to get all that goo out of there. So we'll see how it ends up working out because she did stick with that BFR.
Yeah, and we do have the FAMAS to kind of balance things out from unfortunate sides. But unfortunate running the DMAT, gonna use it to rotate around the goo and probably avoid those mainstream ways of rotating and for trying to stop Akaza from blocking up line of sight. Re-aiming the staircase, unfortunate, massive. But Akaza now taking a lot of damage, but Onyx Graves goes down. Bravado hitting those shots with the CB1 over here.
Yeah, unfortunate. Great game sense coming out of him with all those shots he's putting in there. But unfortunately, his team ends up going down while he's trying to put out cover fire. But he does end up getting that fib off. But Goo Guzzlers goes in to capitalize on all the damage they've done. And Desync is just going to fall back down. Unfortunate, still being the last one alive. They might not be able to find him there. He backed down into that staircase and just stopped moving. He's going to try to go for that body, though. I don't think he realized that they were still rezzing out there in front of him. But he still ends up taking one with him. He's going to end up going down. Maybe. He's still stalling with that goo. There he goes, but still able to take down Viper with him.
Yeah, unfortunate getting some great rotations, some great shots early on. But ultimately, it's Goo Guzzlers who are on the defensive. And this is not what you want to see if you're DCing. The setup is extremely volatile, allowing Akaza to set up this Pyromine C4 combo with the goo is a little scary when you're attacking.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough to fight into, especially, like, look at how locked in and synced up these guys are with getting this position way up here. Viper's going to opt to take a different spot here. Desync trying to find out where they're hiding, but they're so high up there, it's going to be hard to look for them. See if they can end up moving this box.
Looking down on this trap, using it now. Some big damage comes out. Unfortunate. 3 bar. Does get a little bit of heals from Impew. Same with Onyx Graves, getting back up to around half HP. But we see Goo Guzzlers not capitalize on the damage. Just going to allow them to reset. Going to look maybe to set up another C4 Pyromine on this point. Smart move.
Yeah, I love that. I love the restraint there from not going in too crazy on all that damage they put off, because they still hold this point. They are going to drop that and stop that steal. But everybody's still alive and healthy. Onyx Graves taking some damage from Tickle Monster, though. But they return the favor and end up getting that pick. Huge direct connect RPG onto Imp. But the Dome Shield coming in to save him. He ends up getting out. Goo Gun trying to come in to save Akazo's life now as he's desperately trying to get out, but doesn't end up making it. He now turns into a little statue, and it's 2v1. Bravado up, and they are going to flip this point. See if Bravado can come in and stop him.
Yeah, Tickle Monster kind of putting himself a little bit too far out there and unable to escape. Kind of costed his team and forced him to go right in, but a pick comes out. I think it's going to be a little bit too late. We do see, unfortunate, coming back in, getting some shots in the back. Oh, a massive headshot from Akazo. Akazo's going to hop on this rather quickly, but Honest Graves going to be in a position to winch this. Only needs to hit the winch once, but opts to go for the kill instead. I guess either works, as we just saw there. But Honest Graves using those Pyromines to her own effect, burning them down to the grave.
Sliding around that corner with that free fire winch and able to secure the kill there, too. Great plays out of Desync to hold that first box.
What a flip. Honestly, just a little bit too out of position for Tickle Monster. Desync was able to capitalize on that pick and really swing that fight in their favor. One small mistake, as we see from both these teams, are just costing them miles.
Yeah, this is setting up Desync for an upset here against Goo Guzzlers, taking this first box. Puts them in a really good position. Goo Guzzlers, though, it's still anybody's game. They can still maybe get the second box here. A little bit of damage from the repeater. Onyx taking a lot of hits, but they're so far out there, it's not really going to matter too much. He's just going to get some regen here and re-peek. But the Deagle's putting in work from Akazo on the other side, too, and they do end up getting that pick off of Unfortunate, and now they're going to try to pounce on that.
Yeah, we're playing triple range from Goo Guzzlers in a pretty close range map. Going to try and deny this res from coming out. Honest Graves does get the res on Unfortunate. Now, Goo Guzzlers in control of this cash box. Going to be able to rotate it freely, but without getting shot in the back first. Going to need Akazo accidentally hitting that jump pad. Bravado now is going to get screwed in this position. But Viper on the other side of the map rotating. Will they be able to make it quickly to see as they coin in? Desync's pretty far away.
Yeah, I don't think he meant to take that pad and ends up just getting beamed out of the sky. Let's see if Viper might just run around with this box here and try to delay it as much as he can, wait for his team to come up. Let's see if he shows us any movement tech here, maybe trying to bait this box one direction and bring it back the other way. Here comes his teammates now. Desync trying to make their way across the map, coming up on this box here. They're just going to keep it there and opt to fight it out.
Akazo setting up a head glitch with his Goo, get some great shots on Graves. The headshots of the Akimbos are still
Unfortunate
so
came
good,
up
even after
behind
nerf.
and got that pick over on Viper. I don't mean to cut you off, but I don't think Viper saw that coming at all. A little sneaky medium play out of Unfortunate.
And now Bravado trying to call back, get some shots off on Unfortunate.
Oh my
One more
God.
shot, does get the pick. Buys his team some time as they look to coin in yet again. Pickle Monster pointing in 1 second, but gets picked off, and now Bravado goes down.
Great shots with the repeater out of Bravado, though.
Now we got to wait for Goo Guzzlers to wait that timer out. 10 seconds left remaining for their whole team reset.
Yeah, great play out of Unfortunate there on Desync. I think his pick there kind of carried that team in that fight. He snuck up behind Viper there and two-bursted him to the head with that FAMAS and then able to push the rest of that fight. And now they're going to end up setting up on this point here. Impew going back up to get high ground here.
Winching it out, I do think this is a good play. Generally, the setup for this point. Now, Impew ratting against this wall, trying to use his team as bait. Gonna get a hit with that BFR onto Tickle Monster and using that gateway, maybe rotate his team towards him.
Yeah, and they are trying to find their way in there. They don't really have a lot of ways to breach here. They don't have DMAT. They're trying to find out where Desync is hiding. Desync playing time really well here, just kind of chilling out, listening to them stomp around, trying to find out where they are. Lots of goo coming out from Akazo as he's setting this up point over there, getting ready to defend with some pyro mines and C4 as he's covering it in goo. Desync trying to see him there as he's looking at where the goo's coming out, but he gets spotted by Tickle Monster. Lots of LH1s coming out. They're going to try to jump on him, but he repositions before they can get up there.
Unfortunately, gets taken out by Tickle Monster in a 1v1, and Onyx Graves taking some big damage, but gets healed back up from Impew, keeping her alive. Fantastic heals, but it's not looking good because that cocoon has been set up, and there's not much you can do to stall this. Look at this. Akaza now holding it down, using that goo to buy time. The flip comes out. Goo Guzzlers gets that, and now Desync is in a tough position. Impew at 2 bars, and Graves at half HP, looking for that reset. Look at this massive conglomerate just sitting on this cash out.
Oh man, like how do you even fight into that? Impew just barely making it out with his life there against that RPG, but ends up going down to the repeater anyways. And Onyx ends up going down right after him. They end up getting Viper, but it doesn't matter too much. They are going to clean that up for a wipe onto Desync. Man, once Goo Guzzlers get in charge of that point, it is so hard to fight into because the more time they have on it, the more time they have to build an absolute goo fortress around that thing.
Yeah, I don't think Desync's going to let them set up as easily as that again. Akaza just kind of sat there for free in the bottom of that kitchen area, just gooing up and setting up for that steal. As soon as they got the advantage, just made it impossible to stall the point or stop the steal in any easy regard. So Desync just kind of had to let it happen.
Man, this is insane that we are going for a tiebreaker cash out here because this match is just getting even more electric as it goes on. Both teams do not want to lose this here, so they're going to try pull out every single mechanic out of their playbook if they can. Imp trying to set up a play here, but he gets picked off before he can get around the corner.
And that's the value of having triple range. Looks like we're going to be going for some early shots, trying to capitalize on them lacking some util on a reset. Unfortunate, taking some big damage.
Yeah, they just have so much burst damage coming out of the triple range team. Desync is kind of getting cornered a little bit in here, but they're still playing their lives really well. I like this play from Akazo here because they know they need to get that set up there, but did he overthrow it? It didn't make it off the edge, so he's still safe. They really want to get this box plugged because they really want to have the real estate here to start setting up their goo fortress. Let's see if Desync can catch up to him in time.
Let them do that. Gonna be going in. An RPG comes out. Goo Guzzlers take some big damage, but the gateway brings them back to safety. Now, gonna be in the position where Desync was just moments before.
Yeah, great gateway there to get them out, but Akazo's kind of separated from his team now. So Desync ends up getting this plug, and they're going to jump up, and unfortunate ends up finding Tickle Monster, immediately blasts him down. Desync in a pretty good spot here. Bravado tries to go get the res, but they were ready for it. Now he's playing his life. They're going to go off. He's trying to run away as fast as he can. Impu doesn't want it to happen. He turns around and tries to kill him, but Imp finishes him off. Now it's just Akazo. He's getting this res here, though. They really do not want to wipe here, because as this time goes on, it puts him in an even worse spot. He does get the res, and Tickle Monster turns it around again, but now it's only him, and he has no way to get back to these bodies.
Yeah, and this isn't looking good, especially if he gets wiped. I think he's just baiting the gateway. He needs to make his escape. His team needs to coin him, but he finds a body, but he's still being chased. Unfortunate is on him.
Oh, man. Unfortunate is not going to let him get out, and this is a really good spot for Desync to be in. Goo Guzzlers is really only going to have one real push left on this.
Now we're going to winch this back out outside. Interesting situation. I don't think Goo Guzzlers mind, though. They have the ability to basically make an entire building around this cash out if Desync kind of allows it. I don't think they're going to allow him to do it again, though. It's going to be rather difficult to make this push. They need to find an early pick going in to this next fight to get some sort of advantage going.
Yeah, I do like them trying to get it out as close to the edge as they possibly can to try to decrease as much of that area that he can build up as he can, but he's going straight aggro onto Unfortunate, and it does not pay off because Onyx Graves comes in with the dome shield to save his life. He needs to go for this right now. He goes for a high goo to try to block off his path, but Desync is ready for it. Stickle Monster ends up going down, and it comes down to the wire here. He has nothing left to do. He gets a pick, but it doesn't matter. Desync clawed their way back from the bottom all the way up and gets their spot to qualify for PHL Season 2.
No. We got a best of 3 going into this game.
Excuse me, we do have one more best of 3, but Desync did manage to come back. They got me too hyped and my brain all jumbled up from that performance that they just showed us.
So that was a phenomenal performance. Goo Guzzler still has a great opportunity to make their way back. Desync does get a fantastic advantage going into this best of 3. The Zombie Citadel locked down by Desync, making no errors after that mistake on that second cash out. Sis Horizon gonna be maybe another opportunity for Goo Guzzlers to take it back, but unfortunate if he continues this reign of terror with 12 kills, it'll be pretty hard.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, man, like I said, my brain is scrambled. This is going way closer than I thought it was gonna be. And man, it is fun to watch. And I think the BFR Titan is working really well to their advantage. That's kind of how I thought, because once they do get shots off, Ikazo can't really use that goo to save his life once he's already taken that damage. A lot of other guns, if he gets peppered only a little bit, he can block a lot of the rest of the shots. But if you take one shot from BFR, that's what, like almost half his health, if not actually half of it.
Yeah, that's like it's a third of his health instantly as soon as you get hit. A headshot, obviously pushing that even further. But I would like to say that if the range on these maps only get further and further, that's going to be the closest range map. I do think Ikazo had the right idea to push Graves up close, but unfortunate right there to back her up, kind of mitigating the disadvantages of the BFR. So as long as you're with your team, the BFR disadvantages are kind of null and void.
Yeah, I feel like the teams are so evened up in aim and loadouts that they're using. It kind of comes down to just who can outpace who at this point, because if Guzzlers just keeps up the pacing and they're able to get that set up, they're in such a high advantage. But if Desync can outpace them and get in their face before they're able to set up, then they're going to have the advantage. So it still can go either way.
Yeah, Vault 1 now in the middle of Red Room. Gonna be difficult. Both teams vying for this high ground, gonna make their way up. No, they know. They've played this situation out many times before. Ikazo dropping it with an RPG, gets some big damage on Graves, and it takes her out. But now, it's a 2v3 scenario. Unfortunate, and Pew do make their escape. No chance to get that body. There he is, unfortunate, gonna get taken out to 1 HP, finally gets dropped, but Pew, last one alive, gonna just take the L and take the goo.
Yeah, Goo Guzzler's getting a little bit more aggro now because they know they need to win this vault fight, because they need to be the ones to plug that, because it gives them the most advantage possible with their loadouts. They came in hot. They saw Onyx there alone, and Ikazo hopped right on top of that, ran into her opposing dome shield to get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty well done. Now we're already set up. Ikazo coming in like a mailman. He's holding the box up, and you can deposit your mail right here.
It's crazy how fast they get set up there.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. Bravado sitting back over, looking at the rotation, not wary to their positioning on Desync. Desync from the other side of the map, gonna lock down this position even more with a goo.
Yeah, and we'll see where Desync decides to come in and attack him here. I feel like there's not a lot of teams that come in from underneath them, I feel like, and tries to drop it out of that goo fortress, but maybe that might be what they're doing now. They're trying to get in there. But unfortunately, ends up getting caught out, but Onyx Graves gets the trade out, but he immediately gets fibbed back up. That repeater doing big damage on the imp, but he makes it out with 1 HP. Bravado able to make it out with his life as well, so now it's a 3v2, but they do just get the res up, and Impu gets that regen.
Goo Guzzler still in control of this cash out. A minute left. They do find him, but he gets kind of caught out and gets taken out. Grab the body and make a rotation, but they get caught off. Pushing aggressively. Yeah. Love this, but now Ikazo buying too much time, gonna just RPG himself. Gonna have one last Hail Mary towards A. It's gonna be very, very difficult.
Yeah, great capitalization from Desync there to just immediately W key at them as soon as they got that pick. I'm kind of surprised Viper peeked that for so long and kind of took that ego chow because I believe he saw more than one of them when he peeked that staircase there. And as a light, you don't have a lot of HP. I don't know if you can look at more than one player for too long, and he ended up losing his life for it.
Yeah, Viper trying to make the rotation a little bit too fast. Should have played that head peek, scouted out what he's about to look at, but played a little bit too high up. We ride the cash out. Oh, maybe getting on it in time if he tracks it, but no, gets knocked off from that C4, that RPG drop as well. And now Onyx Graves just shooting, and with Impu taking everyone out.
And Desync able to hold on for the first box again.
Bravado with 0 kills on his team. Still doing some big damage. That CB1 repeater doesn't necessarily tell the full tale of how much value he can get. A lot of it's either opening or closing damage.
Yeah, I agree. It's all, I mean, as long as they're team shooting and they're staying close to each other and calling out targets, it only really takes one repeater shot and like 1 or 2 deagle shots to really put somebody down. And you're seeing it right now on this cross. The BFR doing so much damage to Akazo as he's trying to cross here. But the goo gun coming in handy, making himself some cover so they can make it over that open space.
And now Voltu just sitting there, sitting pretty in the center of that building. We do see a rotation with that gateway, going to make it across the map, take a long trek all the way over to C. Going to take their own gateway and follow them through.
Akazo just squeezing through there on top of that goo, trying to catch up with this team here. Oh, big damage coming out from the Deagles, but he's kind of peeking with that BFR. But Viper knows that they're low. He pushes up on that and he gets one of the picks. And Bravado is in there too. They're going to have to catch up to and help him. Then he is able to take out Impu there. Now it's only Onyx Graves, and they gets blocked off the goo with the body. So now she's just got to run away and try to play her life.
And Bravado hitting a headshot to clean it.
Bravado.
Wow.
Great play from Goo Guzzlers there. They get another plug here.
This is gonna be an interesting point when it gets dropped. The fortress is gonna be built up. Akazo building his castle, sending his minions to defend them on the high ground. Akazo missing that zipline, takes it out. Gonna need to get back up and use that pad, but we see Desync spawning in. Gonna be playing towards this high ground to potentially take a little bit of a face check poke fight against Bravado.
Yeah, I think Desync is going to have to get in and get some kills here before they can really do anything, because if they try to drop that point or do any sort of damage to that goo, it's just going to take them so long to get that cash box really moved anywhere. And it looks like Akazo has been found. Impu over there trying to get as much information for his team as he can. I don't think they noticed Impu yet, but unfortunately it looks like he's kind of in a bad spot. Onyx and Unfortunate both get separated from each other. Viper goes to try to capitalize on that, but he sees that Impu is there covering for his team. But so much damage coming out from on top there.
A reset coming in the way of Desync. Gonna get a look for that pad RPG. Doesn't hit anything, but a
They're already running,
comes
though.
out. An RPG does nick them. And Akazo trying to hold a barricade in front of them. Impu tracking them down. That heal beam really coming in clutch. Bravado guiding his heavy all the way down towards this building. This cash out now, 30 seconds left. This is gonna come down to the wire. Avoiding that pick was huge.
Yeah, and it's crazy they're already full health again. It's like it never even happened. And now Impu is going to get caught out here. He ends up actually going down. This is terrible for Desync here. They don't have a lot of time. They're going to winch this in. They're going to dome it. They're going to goo off one side. They're going to try to get this. Their dome immediately gets glitched, though. And Onyx ends up going down on the steal. Second box end up going to Goo Guzzlers, and we go into another tiebreaker box.
Did you see how close Desync was to winning that box? It came down to basically less than 5 HP on Tickle Monster. Tickle Monster narrowly avoiding one of those bullets on that FAMAS 3 burst and ends up killing Onyx Graves after dodging that. That could have been the difference maker of taking that box, not Tickle Monster staying alive.
Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, it really only comes down to call it a mistake or a good play from either side, and it's going to determine the entire match here.
Now some great
Eagles
damage coming in. Graves, 1 HP. Bravado gets taken out by Unfortunate, and that's going to sway that protection. for Desync, allows them to reset, but Akazo will be using this goo to block their line of sight. We're going to be going right in. Akazo maybe now in trouble and needs to not ego this. His team is nowhere in sight. You need to back away.
Yeah, and Bravado is still down, so it's still a 3v2. I don't know if Tickle Monster is able to get the body. It looks like he might be rezzing in there, but Desync is trying to capitalize on this. And Akazo does end up going down. Big healing coming out on Onyx here. She's going to push this and turn it into a 1v2. It's only Viper now. He ends up repositioning with that gateway, but they're just going to get their third member right back up.
Yeah, I do like that TP. It's going to allow Viper to allow his team to coin back in, but these cash outs so close to each other. It doesn't really matter what you do. They're going to be able to make their way over to B. Tickle Monster going to be going a little bit closer, allowing Akazu to coin right under him, buying them just barely more time to rotate over.
Yeah, we'll see how Desync handles the defense here now. This box, they were finally able to plug. And so they're going to immediately take height here, but Goo Guzzlers are just on them so fast. They know exactly where they are. Glitches coming out from both sides. Don't really connect either way. Looks like maybe a little bit of miscommunication coming out from Goo Guzzler's side. They put the pad down, but Akazu doesn't take it. He sneaks up on him instead. Still gets a big RPG off. The dome shield ends up going out. Desync just trying to rotate out and get out with their lives if they can, but there's so much damage. Goo Guzzler's still on the hunt. Lots of healing coming out. Goo coming out. They're trying to play their lives. Graves finally ends up going down, and they take down Unfortunate as well with the big healing coming out on Akazo, and all three of them end up going down. Goo Guzzler's is going to take this point back in their favor.
Yeah, and there's already a little bit of goo set up there. It's going to make Akazu's job just a little bit easier to set this thing up. And now it's going to be very difficult for Desync, but it is pretty close to this wall. If they do break this C4, set this box up and winch it in, they may have a good opportunity to take it. Otherwise, they need to find an early pick. There's only a minute left. Akazo and the Goo Guzzlers are going to take all their time to rotate out, but some early shots with that BFR may hit and sway some of that damage in their favor, but Graves now taking some damage from Bravado. Bravado just needs to not overextend.
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Desync here trying to push this in, but they do get a lot of damage on a Bravado, though. Now they are kind of on the back foot, but they need to find a way to somehow get into that Goo Fortress. Unfortunate, able to get the pick on the light here, but he greeds a little bit too much for the damage, but comes in Imp with the help, but they both end up going down. It only leaves Onyx here to try to take this point. She might have enough HP to do it. Oh my God, it actually ended up being way closer than I thought it was going to be. She didn't die to the mines and the C4, but they were able to get there in time to finish her off with a couple shots.
And
Holy
now,
moly. These games are going to give me a heart attack.
1-1 going into Fortune Stadium, deciding map. Some adaptations going back and forth. I think the one thing that I saw that Belize's team was doing against Goo Guzzlers that I don't see Desync is using your C4 to break that goo. You just throw your C4 on the goo and explode it. And that's going to offer a great opportunity to kind of counter that.
Yeah, even having to spend your RPG. I know a lot of teams really want to save that RPG for the fights to get damage out. But with so much goo around the point, you don't really have a lot of time to spare. You got to get in there and you got to break that goo. And you got to use whatever you have to do it.
Yeah, on the scoreboard, Akazo dropping double digits over here. Bravado offering a lot of combat score with that CB1 repeater. Not usually going to be finishing up the kills, going to be opening that fights with that and then using those heals. Fantastic job from Goo Guzzlers to even things up and bring it to a game 3.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm going to have a friggin' conniption fit here trying to watch these games go because it is crazy just how explosive these fights are, how explosive these matches are. And it goes down to a tiebreaker box and it goes down to a tiebreaker game. And it could go either way.
Yeah, honestly, it's going to come down to how these teams adapt, especially Desync to these defensive setups. Will they make any changes to kind of break through? Because that's really what's limiting their time on offense. They've been pretty good at finding those picks, winning those fights whenever those fights break out, but the struggle is that defensive setup.
Yeah, because it just takes so much time. They have to spend so much time going for the kill, and then after they get the kill, they have to spend so much time breaking through that fortress to get to that box. you almost got to pick one or the other. You got to send it for the full team wipe, or you got to send it for the box, and then you got to go for the team wipe after. So I don't know. I mean, this is way out of my skill level at this point. It's crazy to watch.
Now, getting an early tap, Goo Guzzlers get that early tap on Vault 1, sitting right below Desync. This is going to be a massive game, and getting this box in first is going to kind of set the pace. And look at that ace right there, 50 meters away from this cache. And that's going to be a interesting set of arrangements coming into this first fight. And look at that, they already get the plug. Just as I stated, this is gonna break this out. Akaza already set up over there.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's so crazy how quick they are with that. I mean, they get that plug, and before he even plugs the box, Akazo's already over there gooing it up. But they know where they are there. The glitch does connect. I don't know if they really have enough time to capitalize on that. They do try to get in a little bit of damage in. Viper's hurting. He's 1 HP. Impu does get the secure on that kill. They're going in crazy here for as much damage as they possibly can. They do end up get that fast team wipe, which is exactly what we were just talking about. And they are going to end up trying to flip this box. But look at all that goo with just such little time they had to set up on it, and it is completely fully covered.
Yeah, and honestly, like, getting that early plug may have seemed like an advantage, being able to set up, but ultimately you're on such a low ground there. It's not very good. There's not much opportunity for your team to kind of at least have one person set up and shoot early fights on, but they do miss that winch, and this could be detrimental towards their defense if they are able to allow Goo Guzzlers into this building.
Yeah, I do like, though, they completely give up on that plan, though, when they screwed up that first winch and just get out of there. They know they don't really have that much more time to set up. That just goes to show you how high IQ these teams are. A lot of normal rank squad might have just stayed there and tried to winch it out some more, but here we go. They're trying to get in on that point. Lots of goo already coming out, completely covering up the entire hole that they just made. So you're going to spend that RPG to try to break open another hole. Throws a C4 down in there. Doesn't fully commit to dropping in, which I like that.
Yeah, but Graves used a lot of utility there just to open it. I'm not sure what that dome was. Maybe wanting to commit, but Akaza getting taken out by Impu. Impu at 2, or Honest Graves pretty low. Desync not going to be in the healthiest state, but they do continue to snowball this into more and more damage. Viper now in a tough situation. It looks like a 2v3 situation. Goo Guzzlers able to get that reset, but Viper now getting taken out, and it looks like Desync takes his first cache despite the damage coming out.
Yep, and now it is a 1v1, but both of them are going to opt to res, and both of them get their regen in going, and Desync was able to get that cache. Fortunate Imp trying to get their third member back up. Tickle Monster just gets blasted on that mantle up, and now it's only Bravado, and he's going to end up going down right behind him.
Yeah, and now Desync gets the opportunity to rotate towards Vault 2 and get their plug, but I do think that Goo Guzzlers will spawn over towards that corner unless Impu's able to block that spawn. 6 seconds left. It looks like they're going to spawn elsewhere because they were able to make the rotate quickly. They'll be able to get this tap and defend this rotation, but they have a long way to go towards this next cache.
Yep, that's a really bad spot for Goo Guzzlers to be in, trying to cross there. Lots of damage coming out. Ikazo ends up getting kind of separated from his team there, but he's got a lot of cover for him. Bravado with the heals to help him make it just a little bit around that corner there so they can keep going. They're going to try to cut off their advance over to B. So Desync is going to have to decide what they want to do here to get this box across.
Yeah, blocking the hospital spawn is generally the way to go, or this clinic, my bad. So keeping them away from this spot is going to force you to avoid that spawn trap if that were to arise.
Yeah, this might be a pretty long stalemate here, honestly, because Desync doesn't really have to do anything here. They could sit up there as long as they want. It's kind of on the side of Goo Guzzlers to really make a decision on how they want to get that box out of there. Looks like Akazo is making that decision right now.
Akazo's going to be rotating over. Graves taking some decent damage, but given their distance, not going to mean much. Look at this. He's just going to grab the box and run. Yep. Highway robbery. Now he's going to rotate over. Viper's not going to be setting up a gateway, but Desync maybe on the prowl right here on this rotation. Viper needs to get that gateway going. And it looks like they get a free rotate all the way over to B. What the? That is insane.
Wow, and crazy what he shows you he can do with Goo to mantle up there. Didn't have to even spend his C4 to drop that box. He could just climb right up there. And now he can use that C4 to set up for their cash out they got going now. Now it is up to Desync to go on the offensive again.
He wasn't able to set up fully, and Pew saw a foot of Bravado trying to go for that glitch. Not sure if he hit it, but we do see the kiting coming from Goo Guzzlers. Some early shots come out from him, but not sure if it's going to mean much. That heal beam going to bring Akazo back up to full HP.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting on how they're going to try to get in there. It looks like Viper trying to get on top of Imp here as he knows he's by himself. Forces him off of the high ground there. Bravado taking a little bit of damage. Now both Akazo and Bravado have their high ground. Looks like Onyx and Unfortunate just trying to find a way to get in there towards the cash out. Unfortunate getting a lot of damage onto Viper though. Viper forced to move again. Impu almost gates completely on top of both of them and loses his life for it. I don't know what the thought behind that play was. Maybe he just didn't know they were there. But he dies for it. Akazo almost ends up going down in the trade. And now it's only Onyx playing her life. And I think this might be box. They're going to have a little bit of time maybe on this next push, but it's going to be close.
There's going to be some time to jump on top of this. Akazo resetting his defense. Doesn't really like the situation that it's set up in. Going to reset this cocoon. We will see a spawn. I'm not sure if they're going to be spawning hospital. Given the situation, yes, they spawn back there. That's a terrible spawn. Going to be able to get held. Will Goo Guzzlers be wary of this? But all they have to do is play time.
Yeah, they do not have a lot of time on here. They're going to have to get in there as fast as they can. Not only do they have to break through walls to get in there, but they got to break through all that goo as well. And Imp uses life coming up the stairs, but they do get the trade out. Now it's medium versus heavy versus heavy. Onyx is trying to fight. Akazo here ends up getting the winch off, but Akazo goos her and turns it around. And Unfortunate ends up going down to Bravado. Now it's only Onyx again. She's going to try to win through this 1v2 here.
It's not.
Or she's just going to maybe get out.
Looking like a 3v1 situation. Bravado might find Graves right here. Does. It's an early shot. Graves not looking good. Imp has the opportunity to coin in, but I don't think he can do it. I think they're just going to play it the white.
Graves almost able to track him through the dashes there, but not quite able to connect on that second shot and ends up going down to get this reset.
This is looking pretty good for Goo Guzzlers because usually if you do get this tap, if you are the team there, you will be held over in that hospital. But since they were able to get the wipe and the stagger and Imp didn't coin, they're able to get a free rotate. What a throw.
Wow. Yeah.
Wow, what a throw from deep.
Yeah, he should have played in the finals golf tournament with that kind of arm.
And now spawning in over in Haltos, making the roundabout rotation towards this high-rise building. Be making their approach, taking this high ground and going to be fighting the poke fight across this open area if they find them. Now it looks like Goo Guzzlers just kind of sitting tight and playing their time, playing the bait. Bravado kind of really being the general bait on this team, just looks for a shot, runs away instantly. I do kind of like this if they're able to just make sure he's safe. Look at that Viper. Ooh. Now going to get caught off guard, but doesn't take any damage. And Akazo just rotating away. All these teams just running and running and running.
If that headshot connected, it could have been a completely different story to how the rest of this fight plays out, but there's a way to make it out with their life. Desync in a pretty rough spot, honestly. They're spending a lot of time here trying to find Goo Guzzlers.
A minute left in this cash out. This is going to be going down to the wire. Yeah, I agree. You need to shoot that Pyromine something. Get it going. Force them to kind of reset. I do like that.
Oh, I like that play with the smoke barrel, though. Yeah.
They're going to drop it down again.
As possible. Oh, but they are seen by Guzzlers now. Bravado putting a lot of damage with that repeater. Onyx at half health already. They do not have a heal beam over on Desync's side, so she's going to have to wait unless Imp can get over there to heal her. She needs to wait for that regen to go off. See if some BFR shots can go off. Viper knows she's coming, though. He's just playing his life. Gugos is just playing this incredibly smart. Trying not to get picked here.
A Pyromine near that point, but that winch is going to bring it away. Going to offer some protection. A glitch coming out. There's really no time to play around with this. Only just a few seconds left to hop on. We see everyone collapsing onto this point, and unfortunately, Desync gets wiped, and Goo Guzzlers takes this game 3, 2-1, making the run back from that first game.
Holy moly, man. It's just an incredible match to watch. And Goo Guzzler playing that last point incredibly smart, just playing their lives as much as they can. And Desync just couldn't connect with anybody.
Yeah,
they'd get one shot off, and they'd be on the complete other side of the building.
And now, Dread, I think you can make the call here going into the qualifiers, right?
Yeah, now Goo Guzzlers now for real have secured their spot into PHL Season 2.
So fantastic play. It's not over for Desync. They get to still make their one last effort in the final qualifying game.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough match. They're going to have to go up against, let's see, remind me again, who's
it's either Steppers or Fire Strays. It's going to be
either one. It's going to be a tough fight. Yeah.
But I think Desync, what they've shown us today, they do have an opportunity to do so. Obviously, Goo Guzzlers kind of bringing out the strategies from left field in this game. The Goo Gun, Desync is gonna be fighting a little bit more of an expected matchup, so it's gonna be potentially a little bit more in their favor.
Yeah, I agree. It's gonna be a tough matchup either way. Both insanely good teams that they're gonna have to go up against here. But I do agree. I think not having to go up against such a off-meta team comp and loadout choice is probably just going to work more in Desync's favor. Because honestly, they put up an insanely good fight against Goo Guzzlers too. I mean, it came down to a tiebreaker cash out, and I'm pretty sure every match of the best of 3, and they ended up going to a game 3 as well. So it's still, I mean, they are still very much in this fight.
I agree. And now we can take a look at the bracket and see if the other side matches have concluded and see who knocked out. One Bush knocking out task managers in the task managers actually winning that elimination match and making their way up to fight against the Steppers. Going to be going against Fire Strays. Desync's going to be fighting their way in that final best of 3. This is going to be a tough match for both teams. Honestly, it's kind of a coin toss for the Steppers and task managers potentially. We've seen the task managers do so well in these fights, but Fire Strays and Desyncs, I think a lot of it's going to come down to how hot Desyncs are feeling after that match. They've been playing all day. Obviously, a little bit of a marathon, but Fire Strays, hopefully they've been keeping warm as they're going into this match for this final game.
Yeah, both of these matches are going to be some pretty crazy games. You bring up a good point. Desync has been battling for so long now. They gotta stay locked in for this last game here. And Fire Strays, probably, even if they have been warming up, there's no way they're as warm as Desync. So Desync's just got to stay locked in here because they've been battling for their lives the entire time.
I think we're going to hit it to a quick break as we get these lobbies set up for you. So stay tuned for the final match of the day. Going to be hype. line of sight. Not going to really jump for this. And going to drop down below the point and play stall now. Kiting away rather well. But it's just going to be a waiting game until we see task managers make their approach.
Yep. And we are hopping right back in this here. And Steppers still have control of this point here. They're playing their time really well. Just kiting around. Task managers just going for the full stick here. The box takes a little bit too long to get dropped, but it does finally get dropped. And Digcron ends up getting a huge RPG over on Kip Kip. Kip Kip goes down. Now there's only Just Angel alive on Steppers, and all of Task managers still up. They're going to be able to go hop back on this box. Just Angel is going to either try to go for a body or going to go for a stall, and they're going for a stall. He doesn't end up get there in time, and Task managers does get that swap off. It is now in the favor of them, and it gets a really well-timed team wipe onto Steppers.
Yeah, and this ain't looking good if you're Steppers. That first cash out is going to go in the way of task managers, and since they're down 0-1, this is a huge step towards a victory for the task managers.
Yep.
And now just
now
vying for position, going to be rotating towards A, waiting for this vault to come into play, and now going to be playing this high ground over towards vault 2.
Yeah, I feel like these loadouts are so close. There's not a lot of like full long range action like we were seeing in some of these earlier games. So I think the fights are going to be a lot more explosive and a lot less drawn out than what we've been used to seeing today. Task managers do have kind of control. Go for it, Soyo.
Going to be rotating up, getting that tap. Wade now hearing the footsteps right below him, but also taking some shots towards Just Angel. Just Angel hits a little bit onto Wade, but because he heard those footsteps, he knows they're right on that vault. Just Angel kind of so far away from his team, being held at bay, unable to offer them support. Going to be rotating over with that box, using those gateways potentially if they do have get control of that. Looking for Just Angel even still.
Wow, I like this spot from Wade here. He's going to sit there and just try to, that he saw one of them run that way, but they do get gated out. They do get that plug. I like that quick plug. Kip Kip taking some damage, though. Takes the gateway a little bit late. Still trying to make it out of there with their lives as they rotate out. Now they have possession of that cash out. Still taking some damage, though. Getting sandwiched by Wade. Big damage going into Kip Kip. Kip Kip ends up going down by Rice. They're going to try to turn it around. The dome shield goes out. Big dome shield from Digcron, able to save Rice there. Now it's only Just Angel again on the side of Steppers. Does manage to take out Rice, but not able to clutch it out for the team. Digcron does end up cleaning up that kill with an RPG, and Task Manager is going to swap that cash out over again.
Yeah, and getting this flip early on. I did like the quick rotation from the Steppers, being able to get that box and get the early plug set up like just a little bit too late on their escape back away from the cash out. Too much damage and was unable to recoup their losses and make their approach. But now rotating back in. Early spawn, a minute left in this cash out, maybe a minute left on their run towards this PHL Season 2.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get in there quick, but here comes with the winch. Winches him down off of the bridge, but he ends up making it right back up there with the quick thinking. But he actually ends up making it out with his life, which is extremely surprising. I thought he was for sure dead there with that SA-12. But now Stepper's going to have to get back in there. He can't seem to get past that goo. He's got to find another way in. Doesn't quite make that jump. They're trying to make it up there. I don't know if they know they're right above him. Gets another winch out, but he gets counter winched. It's not enough. Digcron does end up going down. They need to finish out the rest of this team. They don't have another time on that point. Spring Hour is hurt. He's going to go try to drop this. His only weight up now to stall this box. We do not have a dome shield available. The glitch does end up going out. Big damage goes in, and Wade is able to hold it for his team. And they're going to end up taking this first game.
What a head peek, jiggling on the edge of that hole. Wow. And that's going to be a quick 2-0 from Task Managers, securing their spot into PHL Season 2 over the Steppers.
Wade's positioning was looking pretty strong in that match. I feel like a lot of those team fights, he was just finding the perfect off angle or just the perfect angle to sandwich them in there, make sure that they don't really have any way to get out. And he's able to clutch that for his team.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic. And with that being said, we're going to be trying to get into one of these games on the other side of the bracket. We do have games from Fire, Strays, and Desync. But I think first we're going to head into a quick break until that match is ready. Congratulations to task managers for qualifying. All right, everybody, we made it to the final stretch. 1 or 2 more games. This is going to be the last set of the night and last set of the qualifiers, the PHL Season 2 qualifiers. We got Fire Strays versus Desync. Fire Strays up 1 game against Desync, winning it on Sis Horizon. Now, we make it to Fortune Stadium and the decider being Citadel. Dread, what do you think of these 2 teams and what kind of adaptations? Obviously, we haven't seen the game yet, but what do you think would be the key piece of advice that you give Desync to kind of step it up and compete in this lobby?
Man, that is a tough question. You know, I think from seeing Desync play a lot, pretty much all day today, I think they just need to be a little bit more decisive with their comms. You can tell the comms are cooking. You can tell that there's something going on there, but I think a little bit, sometimes they're kind of second guessing and making those plays a little bit too late. I think if they come out a little bit more explosive out the gate, I think they can get a lot done. Let's see what they do here. Slothy with the SA-12. But immediately gets a pick down on the Varian. Varian goes down. T-Mill's almost going down on the cross. Big winches coming out, both sides. Slothy's taking a lot of damage. Varian is back up, but Slothy goes down. Onyx Graves still with the BFR Titan, putting in lots of work with that damage. Oh, I think accidentally takes that pad there.
Yeah, but Varian now clawing his way back after the defib. T-Mills and Varian together, hand in hand, 2v2. Unfortunate, down to 1 HP, gets taken out. But T-Mills now pushing aggressively. Onyx Graves ends up swinging that fight in their favor. I thought they would have had it. That was a great aggressive push. And Pew getting the pick. And then they were able to swing in and put the pressure, but that pad really putting a wrench in their plans.
Yeah, Fire Stray is somehow able to completely turn around that fight in their favor and ends up wiping Desync there. Great plays coming out of Fire Strays. And let's see how they set up here. Goo coming out onto the jump pad there. And they're in a pretty good spot.
The spawn, interestingly enough, went over to NG Mo. Going to be rotating over, does make it his way over. And Pew now on Invis is trying through. I know he stuck with that for a long time, even when Dash was kind of becoming the meta. I think it's a great play with Thermal being out the game now. But everyone just crouch walking up these stairs. MPU on this staircase, and we see Onyx and Unfortunate over on the other side of the map. Gonna be making their
this
approach.
is such a tough point to fight into, especially with neither team's having DMAT. They don't have really a lot of options to get in there without using some other stats here. But Imp trying to get some damage off, ends up getting caught out though, doesn't quite make it out the door, ends up going down. Now it's only Onyx Graves and Unfortunate rocking the Iron Sights repeater here. And they're just going to opt to kind of back out and go for a full reset here. They're going to have to wait for Impu to coin.
Going to be blocking that line of sight with that Goo, just waiting. 45 seconds left. We're going to see a respawn come in from Impu in about 3 seconds and just looking for another opportunity, just sitting back. Interestingly enough, we see Fire Strays just sit back on this point, just rat. Misses a shot that was very necessary to hit to swing this fight in their favor, but Salty now dropping down below, gets an RPG on Unfortunate half HP. Graves narrowly dodging that winch, and now MPU getting taken out, very investing in that light 1v1. Unfortunate getting shot in the back of the females, and Graves forcing the steal.
Yeah, and just explosive fights coming out again. Fire Stray is able to take this first box.
Gonna be rotating over to Vault 2 right now. They got a little bit of a hike to get there. Flying it with his plushie as he rotates. And I'm pretty sure Desync's gonna spawn over pretty close to this vault over on that other side of Courtyard Halto's building, as they do now. Both teams gonna vie for this space. Desync playing this high ground while Fire Stray sitting on this low ground.
Yeah, it's still anybody's game. Desync is still honestly doing really well in these fights. It's really only coming down to one play. Neither team really wanted to go tap this. Oh, ends up seeing him. Trying to get some damage off with that repeater. Not really able to connect yet. Oh my God, but there's just a Slothy there right in that doorway, which he was not ready for. Ends up getting winched right into an SA-12. And now Fire Strays are on the attack, and they're getting ready to try to clean up the rest of Desync here. Onyx and Impu trying to run away, make it out with their lives. Big damage coming out onto Onyx. He does go down. Impu trying to make it out. He's still running away with 1 HP. Oh, he does end up taking out T-Mills. Still alive, still trying to make it away.
Oh my
Finally
gosh, he stayed up so long in that fight. Ends up getting the pick on Mills, but a little bit too late. His team did fall. But this cash out, this vault, not yet tapped just until now, but only 70 meters away. Varian just going to set up maybe for a gateway. A reverse gateway already set up, planning so far ahead. Going to get this all the way over to A.
Yeah, Fire Strays, you can kind of tell that the experience is showing a little bit. This team has played together for a while now, and they've got some strats down. You can tell. He's going to climb up here and get this box plugged. Desync is going to be coming in quick. They don't really have a lot of time to set up here. Looks like Desync is already taking the high ground away from him. Breaking up some walls here, trying to get in there to this box, open up as much walls as they possibly can. Fire Strays just kind of playing time here, just kiting around, trying to get as much information as possible. Desync not really able to find anybody yet.
Just buying their time, sitting right underneath. Unfortunately, it's taking a little bit of damage from T-Mills, poking from this outside door. Now just going to sit tight and wait. Interesting to see how much they're willing to turtle down on this point.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job not getting too far away from this point while they're kiting here. T-Mill's getting a little bit of damage off, but now Desync knows where at least one member of Fire Strays is. He's trying to reposition here. They're going to opt to just go for this. Big damage coming out of Slothy with the RPG. Dome Shield comes down, collapsing onto them. Unfortunately, all three end up going down. Just like that.
Look at how willing T-Mills is to stay away from their heavy and light. It's kind of the light and the heavy sitting together in their team composition currently. T-Mills doing so well at just like playing those off angles, getting that early damage, scouting, using that goo to his advantage to escape, but without DMAT, it can be a risk.
Yeah, I also think it's a good play too, because as a medium, you're so valuable with that defib. You do not want to be the first one picked, because that takes away. And the heal beam, you're right, and the heal beam. It takes so much value off of your team if you get picked first as a medium.
But now it's going to be looking very tough. Quick. The gas goes off, but the winch comes out. We're going to be going for those heals on Honest Graves. It's kind of out in the open. It's almost impossible to take, but a pick comes out, and it looks like Desync drops, and Fire Strays takes it 2-0. Hearing their spot in PHL Season 2.
Wow. Crazy games. Congrats to Fire Strays for qualifying, but I gotta, Desync has to get some props too. They made it the complete, hardest pass possible all the way through those lower brackets, making it all the way to the last best of 3. So props to both teams here. Congratulations to Fire Strays for qualifying.
Yeah, and honestly, what a long run this day has been. Going from game to game to game, and everyone gets to either chill out for the rest of the night, decompress, or have a good sleep. Slothy in chat saying it's 1 a.m. EST, and I'm feeling that right now myself. But we've had a fantastic day casting. I know the EU qualifiers went super smooth earlier on. I was able to catch a little bit here and there. It looked like a great show, and I can't wait to watch it back. Brett, I'm not sure if you were able to catch any of that or excited to watch it back just like me.
I'm excited to watch as much of this and consume as much of this tournament from both sides as I possibly can, because, man, it's super fun watching these guys. And I got to see just a little bit of the EU stuff, and there's a lot going on over there. I saw some knives. I saw some sledgehammers, some CL40s. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on over in EU, which makes it a lot of fun to watch as well.
Yeah, exactly. But let's take one final look at this bracket. seeing who is qualified, we see the young guns qualifying pretty early on in the day, taking that first 3v3 best of 3 qualifier round. The Goo Guzzlers, or Team Diminish, qualifying later on against the Goo Guzzlers, getting their second chance against Team Desync later on, qualifying as well. And then the final qualification rounds, we see Fire Strays and Task Managers. So that's going to be our qualifying teams into PHL Season 2. We do have a group of teams who have already pre-qualified, proving their worth in the last season. So, fantastic job from everyone today. I'm Sensoyo with my caster, Dread. Thank you all for watching. We will have much more to showcase later on for the full season, PHL Season 2, coming at you. Thank you.